What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of the Higher Consciousness.
Lower Standards Podcast. What's up?
What's up, Kyle?
Just another day waking up. That's all we can ask for.
What, you waking up in the evening?
Sometimes, I don't know. Shoot, I don't really nap anymore. It is what it is.
I took a beautiful nap today.
Oh, that must
Hell
be
yeah.
nice. I like to take
Took a
naps at
nap.
work.
Do you nap at work?
Yeah, while I'm standing.
Takes me back to the army days. I
So,
no woke up and ended up taking my dogs to the dog park, and they have never been to a dog park, so they lost their minds.
Nice.
oh snap.
Yeah. Who we got
Well,
this evening, bruh?
this evening we have Mr. Phil Lombardo with us.
We had Phil.
We had Phil.
He
Phil
went away.
disappeared.
Where did he go?
Uh-oh.
As soon as you said Phil, he left.
Well. I'm sure he will
Such is
return.
life.
Such
Hopefully.
is life. But
We're
yeah, I mean,
that's hey, and we're live too, bro. We're live on 3 different things. We've got YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Right now we've got one person watching on YouTube.
oh nice.
What's
Just
up, chat?
begun.
Yeah.
What's up, chat? I can't see the chat, can I?
Not yet. So what will happen is I will pull up this chat here. It'll say live stream chat. So now I've got this live stream chat going. If anybody says what's up, I can actually pin that comment, whatever they say, to the oh, that's Carissa, dude. So watch this. Watch this. What's up, Carissa? Look at that. Ain't that fire, bro?
Nice.
That's me.
What's up, Carissa?
Oh, we got someone else in there. They said what's good? Aldeny.
What's
What's up,
good?
Aldeny? Yeah, we had our guest on, but something happened to him, so I guess we're just waiting for him to come back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm sure he will return
it'd be like
momentarily.
that. Let's see if he's waiting in the chat. He gone. Nope, he ain't even here no more. Maybe if I hold this amethyst in the perfect position, he'll come right back.
I mean, hey, in the meantime, how about let's have some fun with the audience, whoever's in
Yeah,
here. Let's play a
yeah,
little game with them.
we're oh, it's Jamie. It's my boy Jamie from work, bruh.
Oh, right on.
Oh, Phil's back. Let's see if he'll come in this time.
There
It
we
might
go.
take him a minute. We can get
For
this thing
sure.
rocking and rolling. So go ahead and do what you were going to do with the chat, though.
Oh, I just wanted to throw out like a thought, kind of like a question that I would think would be fun to get a little answers on or a little perspective from our viewers. If there's a way you can put it up on the screen somewhere, that'd be cool.
Mm, I can try. Yeah. Let's see.
All right.
Go ahead and do it. Yeah.
Question for the audience. I would like to know, if you could create your own conspiracy theory, what would it be? Hey, Phil is
All right, I
back.
lost you guys there for a minute.
Yeah, we're still here though.
My I think it might be my service. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
It's
We'll
okay,
make it work.
man. This is all about trial and error, my man.
There's bound to be a few bumps in the road.
You see that?
Yeah,
If you could
nice.
create your own conspiracy theory, what would it be?
That's a fun one. So, yeah, let's introduce our guest today, Mr. Phil Lombardo. How are you, sir?
Doing all right, surviving. Having
Yeah.
a fun week full of excitement and adventure.
Yeah, tell me what's been going on with you.
I'm moving out of a house again. I'm moving into a new apartment, and that's always full of fun and adventure, obviously. And I'm gonna have to be moving out of this place.
Damn.
Uh-oh.
Jamie said so many good conspiracy theories already. Hey, this happens more often than not. People just don't see it because of the simple fact that, hey, we edit it and then it just looks like that they were there the whole
Right.
time.
You know, like I said, we're bound to have a few hiccups here and there, but at least we can keep the audience engaged and keep things going. Like, let's have some fun. Let's see some of these. What do people got?
Okay. Carissa said heaven on earth is just around the corner.
I like that one.
Yeah, I do too. I like to say, man, I tell this to the people that I work with a lot, man. We're having an experience of suffering. And the goal is to tap out of that suffering through the random acts of love, the intention of love. And then when you realize that you put that love out there into the universe, that suffering starts to go away and you can see it from a more broad perspective of what this reality truly is.
Right. Well, it's all about alchemy, at that point, turning pain into love.
Yeah.
Pain into pleasure.
Have you ever read The Alchemist?
No, I haven't.
Me neither, but it's very relevant. Everybody tells me that I should read it, and I just haven't got around to it yet. Jamie said so many good conspiracy theories already. He's back.
Hello again. Uh-oh. No sound this time.
Oh.
Unmute.
There we go. Ah.
Phil.
We're good.
I'm just such a good guest.
Dude, I'm getting so much deja vu right now. It's crazy.
What had happened last time, actually, we did a podcast with Sunny Sunshine, and her internet kept going out, and so we ended up having to reschedule. Well, when we rescheduled to the other night, the following night, we were all wearing different clothes, obviously, and so we acted like we teleported into the the podcast again. So, but hopefully we won't have to do that.
You're not supposed to give it away, dude. What are you doing?
Sorry.
Surprise.
I was.
Dang it. Uh-oh.
Damn it.
You know what, Jordan?
What?
I've been there's just been this concept going in my head lately. The belief is the foundation of everything. And if you can believe it, you can receive it. And
yeah,
theoretically, if you can picture something and believe it, like if you see it in your mind and you believe it, does that make it true?
Yes. You know why?
Because seeing is believing.
That, but also perception is valid. So what somebody's perception may be is skewed as, to logical reason as it may seem. That's their perception. And ultimately, that means that that's their truth. So, truly
Right.
seeing is believing. And it also ties into us being able to create our own reality. You know, if you wake
Okay.
up every single day and you're like, woe is me, I'm constantly anxious, I'm constantly feeling like shit, chances are that you're going to keep feeling like shit.
Right. So let me give an example. If I picture you sucking a dick, does that make you gay?
Yeah, because if you believe that I'm gay, then there's no reason for me to convince you that I'm not. Because,
Or does
that's
that
your opinion, man.
or does that shit? That must make me gay then, huh? Because I'm the one thinking about it.
Yeah, you're the one
Ah,
creating
dang
that
it.
reality for yourself.
See what happened there? I don't even
And
know
we're
where
already
this is
kicked off YouTube.
going.
Hey, go ahead. Speaking of YouTube, go ahead and share that to Comedy Writers Guild, the stream. And
Yeah,
I'll go
man.
ahead and put some of these here's some of these Jamie said one of his conspiracies, if he could create a conspiracy, would be I didn't do that right. Robot birds.
Robot birds.
Birds
You
aren't
know,
real.
that could very well be a thing. I've heard of this before, that there are robot birds and they're just monitoring us.
I wonder what Max Speed thinks about robot birds.
Dude, what if they are robots? Like, what if they got little cameras and they're just like or even if they're just like carrier pigeons, but they have little cameras on them, and they're just like,
Yeah. Well, it's how twitchy they are. You know what I mean? Like sometimes they're like really like twitchy and like doing twitchy bird things.
well, it depends on if you feed them rice or not.
Okay. So Jamie said, you know how you said the S and the D? He said makes you one for thinking about another guy.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right. That's
See,
right, bro.
right. See, made you think on that one.
This is what Carissa said. She wishes she had a mic right now. Well, you better get one because you're coming on the show pretty quick.
It's coming up here. You better be
Yeah,
ready.
ready to talk to her about some of her dude. She's it's crazy, man. Like the similarities and the parallels that our lives lead. And like, so I know that her awakening has been a part of my awakening because we kind of started from the same time. And
Yeah.
dude, some of her theories are pretty far out there, but bruh, they make a lot of sense. And what's crazy about creating your own reality is I'll read something that she posts, and then I'll be like, that makes a little bit of sense. And then the more that you plant that little bit of seed, that little seed of sense into it, the next thing you know, bro, like it starts to reveal itself more and more as truth.
Right. Well, because every belief system has some truth to it to a certain degree. I mean, just the simple fact that we can picture something and imagine it. That's technically
Did,
like seeing it, back to the belief thing.
absolutely. Facts.
Seeing is believing, and
So
you can see it in your mind's eye.
let me check this Facebook real quick and see if we got it rocking and rolling over here.
Oh,
We
he's
all
returned. Are we
Phil,
good?
what's up, brother?
Unmute your mic. There we go.
There you go. Yeah, every
Hey,
time I
Kyle,
come back
could
on,
you-
you're gonna have to tell me to unmute my mic now.
Okay.
Oh,
All right. Are we
Hold
good?
on 1 second. I just heard something outside, and I gotta go check that out.
Go see if it's a gray.
If it's an alien, bro. What are your thoughts on November? You think that we're gonna get invaded by some aliens or what?
This November?
Yeah, dude. I keep seeing it everywhere. This freaking rock ship, whatever they keep calling it, out in space headed towards Earth. Supposedly showing up in
Oh,
November. You haven't heard of that? You
I
haven't heard of
have.
that?
You're talking about 31 Atlas.
I don't know. It's 31 something.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, bro.
Okay.
Hey, I don't think so. The thing about our live on Facebook, I'm trying to get it. I don't think it's public yet. Yeah, it's not public. So I need to get that. It shows that
Hey. We
just
getting
keep
people in
going.
the comments now, we got Harmon, we got Vicky, let's keep rolling this baby. All right. So I got a question for you, Phil.
Yes, sir.
What's it like? You're an epileptic, right?
No,
No?
I just have seizures. It's not from epilepsy.
Okay.
I'm very lucky. Yeah, if I had epilepsy, I would have to be very careful wherever I went, all the time. So
Yeah.
luckily, it's just something that got brought on by drug use when I was in my
Hmm.
teenager years.
Oh no.
Dang, I was about to ask him if he was he's a recovering addict. There he is. Nope, and he's gone. Damn it.
Well, maybe it'll be a
Well,
pop in,
right
pop
as
out.
soon as it gets good.
I know.
Harmon with Comedy Writers Guild says 31 Savage.
Yeah.
31 Savage is his rap name.
That should be the name after that should be the new name of the ship headed towards Earth, 31 Savage.
Harmon says you have to wait 90 days after opening the account to be able to go public on Facebook. Well, my account's older than that. I just don't know. I don't know where the public, like it says only me, blah blah blah, public this. You can
Right.
share to. It's being dumb.
You want to throw that concept back up for people to play with since we got some new people?
Yep. I got it going right here. All right. Text. This will be good for Harmon to answer.
Yeah.
If you could create your own conspiracy theory, what would it be? Yo, that's going to be a crazy answer. I already know.
Yeah. But man, so I guess we got no, it's not a joke concept, it's a question.
Everything's a joke concept to Harmon, though.
Everything's a joke concept. I thought it'd be a fun little way to get people to interact with us. Well, man, the struggles of life. Jordan, are you a flat or a round earther?
Look, dude, I'm definitely a round earther. I think they call them roundies. Since I joined this group trying to find an actual flat earther, but they call them flatties and roundies or flaffies. They might call them flaffies. They kind of put a little bit of hey on it.
Flaffies.
But I'm definitely I believe that we live on a big sphere. However, I don't know if they tell us all about what goes on in this sphere. The reason I say that is I could argue this to the day that I die. And Matt Dog said that we could, but I don't think that we can go anywhere we want to on Antarctica. And there's some shit there that I want to know about.
You know what? One of these days, let's plan a trip there. See how it happens. See what happens.
Yeah, here's a good one. You need the stream key to go live, is what Harmon said. Flatties and roundies are how I label my ex-girlfriends.
That's good.
Carissa said we live on a holographic matrix.
Man, wouldn't it be wild if like one day we just realized like we actually were in the Matrix?
I think we are. Now, I have a little bit of proof from my own perspective on that thought. And the reason is because the very first time that I've ever taken any natural fungus that grows from this earth, dude, it's opened up the veil, and what I've seen is perfect geometric, perfectly geometric, man. Like there's like a very faint white line that goes across the sky in perfect lines, and then it comes across just like and it looks like a matrix, bro.
Dude, you know what's wild for me is when it's like blue skies outside and I just look up into the sky without having a certain focal point and I just like basically stare into space while staring into space. I see all these little energy orbs just floating around dancing up in the sky and it looks wild.
Dude, I I see that all the time too, and I think you know what I think it is? To me, I feel like that they're fairies. I know that sounds crazy. Sounds a little bit out there, but they like fly. And then like I'm thinking, well, maybe that's my high blood pressure or something. But then like instead of like it, I can follow it, bro. Like when I move my eye, I'm like legitimately following whatever that little energy orb is.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yo, Harvin, that's funny.
Dude, I gotta go back to these. So Vicky says, "What's up, Vicky? Antarctica is an alien base. Yo, that pyramid. They claim it's a mountain, but there is a perfectly symmetrical mountain in Antarctica, dude. And then
hmm
I've seen some theories on the Wi-Fi's about it possibly having an underground base there where where there it's you ever like the Hunger Games, bro, where there's a whole civilization living under Antarctica and it's got perfect climate. There's no pollution and they travel in there's these big holes that are there and they come in and out of that.
I've heard of this. That I've heard of it in the sense of the hollow earth theory that those holes lead to the hollow earth
I've
into
heard of the
another
hollow moon
plane
theory,
or
but not the
whatever.
hollow earth.
Yeah, you haven't heard of that one? That's another theory is that there's basically another dimension closer to Earth and the tunnels are in Antarctica and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. So
It's wild.
Jamie said he believes that this is a simulation. I could believe that too. And the reason that I have proof that it's a simulation is because one of the main things that I can simplify the most is if I think of something or somebody, dude, it's guaranteed that even if I haven't seen them in years, I'm going to run into that person, bro. I'm going to get a message from them. They're going to be like, hey, I was thinking about you. Or I'm literally
Right.
going to run into them out in public.
Right. I mean, dude, it's crazy to me because, like, it's almost always every single time somebody pops into your head, it's usually because they're thinking about you, which
Facts.
is I don't know how many times I've had people freaking like I'd be like, "Hey, what's up? You popped in my head. Like I hit you up," and he's like, "I was just thinking about you," and it's just like, "Huh, weird connection there." But yeah.
My conspiracy theory would be the existence of Antarctica proves the existence of Uncle Arctica. Hey, if
Yeah.
there's an aunt, there's got to be an uncle. I just thought that might be Australia.
It's not so cold. It's very warming over there.
Got Bear Love in the chat. Bear, thanks for coming on, dude. We had a freaking blast with you, my brother.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I did drop the ball. We had a way better episode edited with a clip of you doing some really funny stand up, and I dropped the ball on that. Shout out Tom Mage for spending his evening doing that for nothing.
Right. Man. Earth wasn't hollow until I got a hold
Hey,
of that. Yeah, sure.
fairies are totally real.
Dude,
believe it, dude.
I believe that. I believe honestly, it's so much more fun just to freaking believe in everything. You know what I'm saying? Like
Y-
sparkle, twinkle, hi. Well, we did just talk about sucking dick earlier, so
Yo, I was taking something over to my mom's, and she lives in an apartment complex, and my son and my girlfriend stayed in the car while I went in there, and like I was like walking really gay, like because I thought that I was, and like I make eye contact with this person that was standing at their door, and they were like shaking their head at me, and then
Dude.
couldn't get into my mom's house because the door was locked.
So you say you walked up to the door acting all foofy like, and then you
Yeah,
just had to
yeah,
snap back and then try to open your door and it was locked. And then you got to sit there looking like,
exactly.
oh shit.
They started they're talking about deja vu in the chat. Deja
Deja vu.
Vicky's Yeah, Vicky said deja vu is memories from the future.
Hmm. That's an interesting concept. My theory on deja vu is what if, because there's this thing about our souls reincarnating here, and then our agreement is to forget when we are born, right?
Yeah.
And like, what if deja vu is just our souls remembering in that moment what we agreed to experience here?
And I don't want to be an agreeer with everything that you have to say, but based off of people that have been in hypnosis and then traveled either to future lives or past lives from their hypnosis, going beyond being born in this reality, a lot of people say that they get sit down in a movie theater type setting, and then they get to their life plays on this movie, and they choose what they do. And then
Mm-hmm.
the glitch in the matrix is when you're actually going through this path of whatever you've chosen, there's little glitches, which would be the deja vu. And so I personally like to take it as a reminder that I've chose this path and I'm on the path that I'm supposed to be.
Hmm. You got a point there, Harmon.
Harmon said, "Well, I'm the only one that liked this stream." That's real facts.
why
Like and
why
share the stream, guys.
Yeah, come on, man. Spread the
D-
love.
don't be a dweeb.
Don't be a fairy.
I believe deja vu is where we remember creating something, kind of a peek through the simulation.
Yo, you know what I was thinking? If there are no accidents in the universe and everything happens exactly the way it's supposed to, then what is luck? Is that a kiss from the universe?
Luck.
Yeah. Think about that one.
Well, it goes to show, like, is somebody that wins the lottery more than once, are they lucky? Or did they just have a little bit of ego in choosing their path through this age of suffering?
That's a good question. Cause like, which is crazy concept to me is if we agree to our experience here before we come here, then why would we agree for such, like, there are some people that really got it bad. Why would they agree to that? That's what I'm trying to understand is
I think it's because probably in a past life they had it really good, and so they wanted to come here and have this experience, this real experience of suffering, because humility is a spiritual principle. And what I mean by spiritual principle is it's the foundation of what makes our soul into a stronger form of energy. The more that I'm humble and the less prideful that I am, the more that I get to show myself self love through my acts of humility.
hmm. Yeah.
So,
Um
like a homeless person that, you know, comes over and you offer them a meal and then you're like, "Hey, you want a soda?" or "Hey, would you like another second helping?" They're like, "No, I'm okay. I got everything that I need now. I was just a little hungry." And then they leave and go about their way. I think it's a test in your ability to show that person love by being humble yourself,
hmm.
and the fact that they've chosen a path of humility through this ever expanding matrix of suffering.
Let's see what some of the people got to say about luck. What is their version of luck?
Okay, let's go with Travis. Travis Strom said, "Luck, I think, is more about a perspective on a series of events. A lottery winner feels great in the moment and horrible once they realize that happiness isn't for sale."
Hmm.
It's real
That's
shit.
yeah. You can't buy happiness.
You can't continuously buy instant gratification and expect yourself to continue to have that dopamine hit. It's much like drugs, bro. The more drugs that you use, or the more certain kind of substance that you enter into your body, or allow yourself to put into your body, the more tolerance that you build to that, the less dopamine effect that you get from that. So you become
Right.
more miserable after a longer period of time of getting that hit off gratification.
Right. Yeah, cuz they're they have to do the inner work, you know? And if you have everything given to you all the time, just for whatever reason, if your life is handed to you on a silver platter and you don't have to struggle whatsoever, how do you learn what true happiness is? How do you learn to forgive? How do you learn to let go? How do you learn
Mhm.
anything really other than I, me?
Carissa said, "Luck is noticing synchronicities. It's always there." So maybe luck is
Yeah,
another manifestation of the reality that you've created. Doesn't mean that you are manifesting to walk into the grocery store or the corner market and be like, "I'm going to pick a winner. I'm going to pick a winner." And then you go in there and scratch it off and you lose. The luck is noticing that everything has a connection and then acting
right.
upon that connection, where other people's perception might be, "Man, that motherfucker's always lucky, bro. Why does he always find himself in these situations?" Like, it's not luck,
Right.
it's more about being able to see reality for what it truly is in a simpler term, and then kind of like playing a level of a video game. The very first time you play that level, it's hard, but the more that you
Right.
go through that level, the easier it becomes, and then you're about 2 steps ahead of that game, and then you're
Right.
starting to flow right into it.
Right. Because once you start opening yourself up to miracles and stuff like that, then you actually start seeing them. Because, like, even if it's just like little tiny things, like, for instance, on the way home from work today, there was crazy amount of traffic backed up down the whole main road. But luckily for me, that traffic stopped right at the turn I had to make. So it was like, that's perfect. I get to just turn and avoid all of that nonsense. Like, wow. It's just little
Yeah.
things like that. That's just kind of like, that's really cool.
Mhm. It's manifesting a reality for you that kind of doesn't necessarily make your life easier, but if faith without works is dead, then you're faithful in that manifestation and who the creator is and what he can do for you or what the universe can do for you. Then
Hmm.
it's being open to those blessings. And somebody might not see that. They might get stuck in traffic the entire way home, and then it opens up right before they get there, and it's kind of a smooth ride in, and they're like, God, that traffic really was shitty. They fail to realize that at one point it did open up for them, and that possibly could have been a blessing.
Right. Well, it seems like Phil is having some internet issues.
Anybody in the chat want to jump on and holler at us? Drop your email in the
Hey, you know what? That's not a bad idea. Why not? Let's give somebody a
luck is
chance to
where
pop on in.
preparation meets opportunity. Yeah, that's really good, Bear. I love that. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. That is a great quote. Harmon says, I learn anything from reading YouTube comments. Fire.
Hey, here we go. Well, now that we have a good amount of people in, why not? If anybody's feeling like they want to hop on for a minute, have a couple questions
Freestyle.
tossed at them, let's freestyle this one. Why not?
Travis says, I feel like I have horrible luck. I never win at any types of games of chance. I'm grateful for that. It forces me to put real effort into my life, and it gives me a sense of purpose and Dude, that's a great perspective, Travis. It's so true, man. Like, if I go in and feel like that I could win a lottery or go into the casino and put $20 in and know that I'm going to win 2,000, then I won't work as hard in my day-to-day life for what my purpose entails. So the fact that I'm also terrible at games of chance tells me that I have to really put in the effort to make my reality connect here in order to achieve my purpose.
Right. You know what's crazy to me is there's this state that comes along with awakening. And it is a state of pure bliss. Have you experienced that?
A state of pure bliss.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that I live in that bliss 99% of the time. Not saying that my life's not hard, but at the
Yeah.
same time, life is good because it is hard. You know what I mean? So people ask me, are you just always happy? And I'm like, pretty much. I get emotional and I get reactive if somebody, offends me in a certain type of way. But I try to bring myself back immediately because I get to have that experience and knowing that I don't need to react to.
Right. Uh-oh.
To the internet.
Y-
There we are.
You there?
I'm
You
back.
still there?
Can you hear me?
Your face froze.
I know my internet cut out.
Maybe it's
Give
just
me
the
1 second.
universe right now saying, fuck y'all internet, son. Just sitting there stomping on the internet.
Want to try to put this out there into the universe? We got something for you. Hold on. I'm working on it. I've got it going.
I can hear you.
Internet I know my internet completely dropped out.
Well.
Hold on. It'll be okay.
The sweet sounds.
The most buffed up faces too.
Well, you know, this is our first live, so it's bound to have a few issues along the way. So
It'd be like that, bro.
It is what it is. Like we're here, we're having fun. People are engaging. Let's throw out another something for people to play with, or somebody can toss us an email if they would like to jump on and rap with us a little bit. We got a spot open.
Harmon says,
"Nope,
not that fucking easy going live, is it? No, it's not.
Hey, I never said it was. It is fun though. I'm having fun.
Who's Justin? I can hear you. I love your voice. You sound like a hick like me. Hey, Regulator 8666. Those are my angel numbers, brother. I'm glad to have you this evening.
You know what they mean?
It means to flow into the moment. I don't know.
You don't know your own angel numbers?
It's to flow. It's a flow state.
I thought it was learning the art of disattachment.
Hold on.
That's what it meant.
Harmon said he tossed his email. I don't see his email. I know your email.
You should still let's get Harmon back on here. Screw it. Let's do this. Nobody else is tossing out an email.
ComedyWritersGuild@gmail.com. Yep, that's it.
Why not?
All right,
Let's
Harmon.
make it a party.
I just sent him a. The number 6 follows me. Zach No Break says, "Fuck a flow state. This is flow country."
Yeah. This is the flow backwoods, baby. Let's go.
What up, Zach?
What's up, Zach? Oh, let's what do you think? Since we got
another question for the chat?
Yeah, sure, why not? It's let's do another one. I remember seeing somebody said that they want to incorporate patience into this. So
yeah.
Let's throw out a patience question for people. Throw out
is patience a virtue?
Well, obviously. Maybe not obviously. I don't know. What is patience? I'm just my question to the audience would be, is there anything in your life that constantly tests your patience time and time again?
Do you have anything on that?
That tests my patience?
Yeah.
Dude, I got lots of that.
Yo.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, fellas?
Chilling.
Dude, it's like seeing my best friend at Walmart when Harmon shows up.
I know, right?
Yeah, man. How you guys doing?
We're
Well, you
working
know.
it, bro. We're working it.
Yeah, like I said, this shit ain't that easy, huh?
Rolling with the punches.
Got to. You
Do
guys
you
got to
have a
get you a
live show or
Travis.
something?
Get
Huh?
us a Travis.
We were gonna tell Talmage is a busy guy, but we offered him to be our producer, and so we're just kind of freeballing it right now because he's a busy person, and this
Yeah.
is a crazy thing we got going on here.
Yeah, man. Once I saw you guys were going live with it, I was like, oh, I got to catch this. This is going to be interesting.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you just gotta not wear underwear.
No Break said he'll toss your email, asshole.
I thought
No,
you
no,
got
he
that
said, I'll
backwards.
toss your asshole email. Thanks.
Ooh,
Sweet.
I like
Hey.
Andy's response. That was cool.
Kevin Owens.
Okay.
okay. Now I know who that is.
Fight.
He was always calling me Kevin Owens. I didn't even know that I look like that guy.
You do.
I saw a picture and it's a very striking resemblance.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that.
I
So
did
ask
have-
Harmon the question.
I came up with a few new questions actually,
Okay.
because I feel like there's well, for you, the question we have out right now is there anything in your life that constantly is testing your patience?
Well, I have 2 kids. So there's 2 right there. I also have a girl, a fiance. Nah, but really myself, man. Myself. You know, they say like you're the only one that gets in your way. And that is very true with me. Cuz like if I'm being real, like, yeah, kids are kids, man. They're always going to be that. They're always going to get under your skin a little bit, but it's how you react to it that is like the true test. Um so yeah, I test my patience all the time, man. And my own. I don't know about you guys, but
That's really the only patience we have to test, isn't it?
yeah.
Patience is like fear. It only manifests itself within you, and nobody really understands or knows beyond your little aura that you might be fearful or might be losing patience. It's all in your body language that something like that might be happening.
Yeah, I always
But
find that like I feel me losing my patience the most when I have like a lot on my plate and I don't check myself. You know, like
Mm.
they talk about like in AA, for example. And I never really got this far in AA, but I heard people talking about it all the time. But they say like check your inventory. So like every night you would have to go through and check your inventory, like what happened to me throughout the day, uh, what resentments did I hold, what wrongs have I done to people, shit like that. And I find myself like not doing it in like the AA way because I've never done it that way. But every now and then, like where it should be every night, I only do it maybe like once every couple weeks. And once I check my inventory, I'm like, God damn, I'm holding on to a lot of shit. Like I should have
Right.
let this go 2 weeks ago. Um, and I'll start noticing once all that builds up, like all those resentments or fears or whatever builds up, that's when I get the most impatient.
Mm. Yeah.
Thanks, Andy.
Yeah.
we can only see this. Oh, suck me, I'm black.
Yeah.
Shout out to what's his name? I can't say his name. I'll
Tolu.
say it wrong.
Tolu Agambiade. Tolutumi Agambiade.
That's a
Yes.
sick name.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. I was
dude,
about to say
that
his name's a mouthful, but then I heard Joffrey in the back of my head saying, pause.
Yeah. You know what? There was another form of question that was like, what's one positive way karma has affected your life?
Mm. Um, I don't know, man, because you guys were like talking about luck, and like when I look back on things, I saw Travis in the chat was saying that he's very unlucky. I'm actually a really lucky guy. Whatever the hell luck is, man, like it seems to be on my side. Um, I don't know. I I don't get that much bad karma. I think about that sometimes too. I'm like, shit, the universe is just like saving up all its coins to just hit me with something hard because I tend to get lucky a lot, man. But there's good and bad karma.
yeah.
So
You know what I've heard is every time you act out of love as an intention, it resets your karma.
hmm,
Which, yeah, obviously, if you have kids and you're doing things out of love for them all the time, it's just like that could be a flow state of karma. It's
yeah, maybe.
interesting to think about.
I
I can
try
kind of
to
see that.
like I'm kind of an asshole in a way, but also at the same time, I always um check my intentions with things, and I'm always trying to do good for the next person. I do keep that in mind. Like I don't treat people like assholes. I feel like I'm an asshole to myself mostly. You know, like other people I'm good, but to myself I just treat myself like shit, man. Like there's this internal dialogue just constantly going off to where I treat
Hmm.
myself like shit, but I treat other people okay. So maybe that's what it is.
Why do you think you would do that?
Ah, man, I don't know. I'm in fucking therapy right now trying to figure that out. So once
Hmm.
I get an answer to that, I don't know. I think it was like because I've mentioned before like the issues I've had with my mom,
Hmm.
and I think it's just like kind of her dialogue that's become my internal dialogue, and I feel she
Hmm.
probably does it to herself as well.
Hmm.
But yeah, just somebody constantly always just saying negative shit about you or negative shit about the people around you and everything like that.
Hmm.
So when you grow up and you constantly hearing your mom downing everything and everybody and yourself, it just kind of becomes like the way you talk to yourself. So I'm still
Hmm.
trying to figure it out.
Do you think that you're just self-critical of yourself, and in that self-criticism that you just create a lot of negative self-talk to motivate your instinct?
Uh, it is a motivator for sure. It can be. But also when you're not really
Hmm.
motivated, like say you get into like about say I get into a bout of depression, it's not good. You know what I mean? Like it's not going to motivate you. So if you're gassed out
Right.
and you don't have anything to motivate you and all you have is like negative self-talk, where does that get you? Just in a deeper
Mhm.
hole.
Right. Well, yeah, because only you can pull yourself out of it. I mean, other people can try, but if you already have your mind made up about how you feel, then nobody's going to change that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's being self-critical and the negative self-talk can really, if you're emotionally unstable, can trigger either a depression-like state where you never want to get out of bed, you never want to do anything, you're never motivated. You think that when people give you certain compliments or go out of their way to help you, you think that those are false narratives, false intentions, that they're only doing it for self-seeking motives.
Yep.
You're just always kind of in this state of of pessimism.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny though, because like
Hmm.
me personally, I could be like super optimistic about like the people around me and the situations around me, but I'm always pessimistic about myself. I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know. But I do the whole fake it till you make it type thing. So you'll always see me with a
Yeah.
smile. You always see me, I'm good. I'm all right.
The fake it till you make
Hmm.
it is also a form of manifestation. It's
Yeah.
eventually going to get better if I continue to put myself in a positive mind state. Eventually, this positivity can really project me into a dimension to where I'm not feeling like this all the time. So maybe I have to fake it until I make it.
Yeah.
Right.
I know I do. I have to fake it till I make it. If
Hmm.
not, I don't make it.
Right. Because I mean, if you just like think about what I like to think about, what helps me get through literally every day is to just picture my best life. Everything's perfect, nothing's going wrong. I have everything I could ever need, and I am not lacking in anything. I have love, I have friends, I have a roof over my head, food on the table. I have fingers, toes. I can taste, I can hear, I can see, I can smell. I have everything I could possibly need and more. Just being in that state of mind every day and reminding yourself every day that you are not lacking anything whatsoever. This is how you can just like really enter into that flow state of mind and really start seeing the beauty in every little moment throughout the day.
Another thing that they teach in AA and NA is that you have to change people, places, and things. And that was one of my hardest things that I had to really wrap my brain around because I had old friends that I didn't necessarily use with. Hell, I don't think I even really had friends at that time. But at the same time, I had people that were in my life that I realized if I wanted to be better, I was going to have to cut these people out. And I just didn't see myself able to move forward from that. And then, the fake it till you make it part came where I was like, you know what? I'm just going to act like that I don't have anybody and I'm just going to project into the universe like new people coming into my life. And that's where people like Harmon showed up, people like Kyle showed up. My best friend showed up on a little freaking concrete bench in treatment. And I was like, hey, you're my best friend. And he was like, yeah, asshole, like, and he's still my best friend. It's one of those things where if we don't change our people, places, and things, and we don't allow ourselves to truly grow into who we are, then it won't leave us open for the blessings of meeting people like y'all two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think to an extent that is true. Um because there's also the saying, no matter where you go, you take you with you.
Hmm.
So like to an extent, like changing the people, places, and things allows different people, places, and things to fill the spots of the original people, places, and things. So like I think it does work out that way, because you got to get rid of the shit bags before you could bring in the good friends or the actual friends. You
Right.
gotta leave the abandoned house so that you can get your own apartment. Like, yeah, that's all
Hmm.
true. But no matter what, in every situation, you always bring yourself with you. So if there's no change within yourself, you're not going to get anywhere. Um,
Mhm.
and that's where I'm at right now, because I've changed the people, the places, the things. Shit, I pretty much just stick to me and my family. But now I'm like, all right, now that I'm looking on the inside, like how do I change like these And it seems like ever since I got on, it's been like negative. This podcast has been negative, but I'm not trying to bring it that way. It's not like I'm sitting here with a fucking loaded gun underneath the camera and you can't see. And as soon as I
Yeah.
log out, that's it.
At
No,
least you talked
it's
to
not.
us last, Kyle.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here.
We're honored.
My last stream. No, I'm not trying to make it seem like that. I'm just like talking through some stuff. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's like I always bring me with me. So like I'm trying to get right with me. And that's just where I'm at with things.
It's progress, man. It's progress. And it's understanding
Yeah.
what you bring to other people's lives as well, and then actually believing that. Because I think you're one of the funniest people that I've met ever. And so I look forward to getting on Facebook and seeing some crazy shit that you post, because it's legitimately shit that I would never post in my lifetime. And you're out here just saying it, and it makes me laugh, dude. And I live vicariously through that. That part of me that wishes I had the balls to say some of the things you do. You're out here doing it, and I'm
I
like, fuck
appreciate
yeah.
that.
And so
That's funny.
you gotta really
Right.
believe what you help other people do in their own lives, and how you help them recover as well. Truly believe that, and then walk in that with as much humility as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm glad you bring that up too, because like that's something that I look at too. Is like the seeking validation part, right?
Mhm.
Because we talked about it a few minutes ago, to where you were like somebody will say something to you and you won't believe it, right? Like somebody, like to me, somebody like a chick could walk up to me and be like, "Oh, you're hot" or whatever. I'll never believe it. Or like you could tell me like, "Yo, Harmon, I think you're awesome." I'll never believe it. But like the thing that I think the reason why I stick with comedy is because like it's something I believe. When somebody tells me something's funny, they can't lie to me. I can watch them laugh. Right?
Hmm.
So like if
Yeah.
I see you laughing when I say something, that's the validation right there. So like
Right.
it's not like negative seeking validation, because there's a negative way you can do that too, but I seek the validation almost of like I don't know, I just seek validation through comedy because it's the thing that people can't bullshit to your face.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah.
I like to take it, even a step, because like I don't stroke at home, so sometimes I like my ego stroked. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, that's by choice, man. We need to get you to knock that off.
yeah, well, yeah, but
The fact that you're
uh,
not just stressed to the max, bro, like really
Yeah.
shows me that there's like real some deep shit going on with the art of retaining that shit.
Yeah.
it's been months.
That's crazy.
And you got a hella beautiful mustache because of it.
It's growing in. It's quite
Yeah.
nice.
And
How
your
many
mood
months?
looks better and better.
3 months, 4 months?
I think it was what, March?
Golly.
So 5 months. Oh no, 6 months, because we're in September now. Holy shit.
Dang.
Yo, that's
Max
crazy.
Speed says, "Hey Kyle, how's that retention going?"
It's great, man. Like they never explain that, you know, the they talk about the kundalini activation and the fluid going up and down your spine, but they don't mention that after it hits your brain for a certain amount of time, it's like your mind has an orgasm, and it's crazy.
You know what's crazy? I do believe that, because you've got so much semen in your body right now that it's going up your spine, into your brain. I'm surprised it's not coming out your ears, bro. That's crazy.
Comes out my nose sometimes, but
But like,
you know.
yeah. But
Dude, I
like
had a
it's
dream that a girl touched me there. And like I was like, this was just like last night. And like I had to tell her, like, you can't touch me. My girlfriend will fucking kill you. And like, here I am, like, with a girlfriend laying in my bed, and like I'm having these dreams. And dude, I couldn't imagine the dreams that you have.
Yeah, and he just jerked off like 3 hours before he went to bed too. So I can't imagine I can't imagine the dreams of 6 months of semen retention, dude.
Extremely vivid ones. Let me say that. And you know that whole thing I said before about how dreams could just potentially be your soul having another experience in another dimension. So, like, hey, maybe that threesome really did happen in another dimension.
Justin said this took a turn. I just introduced you to my wife 5 minutes ago, and now she knows about your sperm.
Why, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
He
gotta
said,
get to know each other deep quick.
Yeah, real deep. Just when they say deep, I say not enough.
Brian Lewis said, intense full chakra activation. Does that mean that you could possibly levitate if you got to that point?
I haven't tried. It's all about mastering the art of vibration because they have done studies that at a certain vibration, you can achieve levitation. So I'm
Damn.
trying to figure out what frequency that levitation is at and trying to figure out how I can vibrate my body at that same frequency to achieve this levitation.
Dude, you could totally levitate. You guys ever seen videos of like high pressure hoses aimed down at the ground and it lifts a guy off the ground? You know, that's
Yeah.
going to be the next time he comes. It's just going to shoot him off the ground, dude. He's going to be levitating.
Here's a question for you, Kyle. I'm in the middle of my moon 3-day cycle right now. Kundalini time. Are you experiencing or experimenting with that Christ oil?
Yeah, that's the Christos they called it is when it hits your brain. That's that brain orgasm I was talking about. It's like you can physically feel your body vibrating like a cat purring.
Just from not jerking off.
Yeah.
Are
Well,
you disciplined in other areas too? Like, are you finding yourself not reacting in anger? Do you find yourself like being more
Yeah.
humble? Is it a general? It's not just the retention, it's multiple things that are flesh seeking desires.
Yeah, it's helped with self-realization in the moment of it happening. Cause like I could be like in the middle of like getting worked up or pissed off about something, and then like as soon as my attitude starts going off in a direction, I'm like, wait. What am I doing? No, this doesn't need to happen. Like, let's
Hmm.
not do this.
Damn. Maybe that's my issue, man. I'm just whacking off too much. Because I'll tell you, my girl and the kids went away this weekend. I had the house to myself. Dude, I was shooting dust by the end of the weekend. I'll tell you.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
You give me a couple minutes to myself, I'm done.
That was a wet sock.
Nah, I couldn't even. Never mind.
So, what does Max say? He says it's not just jerking off, though. It's food, smoking, and emotional desires. This is true.
It is.
Yeah, because you can fulfill those desires with yourself. Because I mean, I literally quit smoking like freaking cold turkey. I was like smoking like half a pack a day, cigarettes, just like freaking any chance I could get because I was like busy being with my hands all day. So I'd of course smoke in the morning, smoke on my little 10-minute break, smoke after work, and then have a couple on the way home. And I switched to vaping, which made it so much worse. And then there was just a day where I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to test my discipline because, like, I quit drinking by myself. And I was just like, I looked at my vape. I had just bought it too. It was like 98%. I looked at it. I said, fuck it. And just threw it in the trash. I'm done. And I stopped Haven't since.
Damn.
Wow.
How long ago was that?
Probably like 4 months, 4 or 5 months.
Good for
I
you,
know.
man.
I think it happened right before the retention thing. Honestly,
Oh, so that was 7 months ago.
yeah. Damn, time's been flying this year,
Maybe.
dude.
What about the reduced chance of colon cancer from a regular bust?
That's a fucking myth, man. Come on, where's the, show me the proof, the scientific facts that there is actual backing behind this. Come
No.
on.
Yeah, because if he's not jerking off, he's at least testing his colon every now and then. You know what I mean? So he's been checking himself regularly.
Now I get the
He
doctor to do
knows.
that every time I try to force something in life.
Yeah. No,
The
that's
hemorrhoids,
crazy, man. Dude, nicotine is the hardest thing to quit. It is.
Yeah. I
It is
know.
the
It's
hardest.
crazy. I feel like this year has been the ultimate test of discipline for me. All around. Because in the beginning of this year, I quit drinking, which I was like pretty hardcore alcoholic. And I quit drinking. Then I quit smoking cigarettes. I even quit smoking weed. And now, like, I started making the decision to start eating healthier. I even quit junk food, processed foods. I started working out every day before I go to work. Like, everything. I'm not the version of me last year has nothing to do with me like right now. The version of me today is kicking ass.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Why did you drink? Why were you an alcoholic?
Cause I felt like it was fun at first for me, you know, because I was like just drinking with the buddies and realizing that, you know, drinking with the buddies started turning into a little more than just drinking with the buddies. And then next thing you know, every time that something bad started happening in my life that I convinced myself was bad, I need a drink. I need a fucking drink. Blah, blah, blah. You know, it's always just convincing yourself that you need a drink. Like, even there's that first thought, first thing when you wake up in the morning, fuck, I'm hungover. Better have a drink. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's just an endless cycle of just, it's always there. It's always controlling your mind. And whatever has power over your mind has power over you. Which,
Brian has a great. Can't stand the way you feel. Why not change it with a substance? Then we realized that substance was put here to keep us at a low frequency. And then we just feel more and more like shit because we treat everybody how we feel.
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
And a substance doesn't change the way you feel. It just numbs yourself to it. It's
Oh,
you
no.
you still feel that way.
Oh, no. It changes the way you feel because that's why you continue to use it, right? That's why they say, like, drugs and alcohol are not a problem, they're the solution, right? Because, like, the
Mhm.
problem was me and how I was feeling. So the drugs did change the way that I felt, and it did become a solution, but it is only a temporary solution. Only. It,
Yeah.
like, even if you make it a year, like, I can't use drugs or alcohol for a year, just like recreationally. I can't do that. It becomes a full blown. I can't use them. Who am I talking? 3 times without it becoming a full blown addiction. So,
Right.
uh, but it will temporarily fix those feelings. But then, ooh, the come down, man. The come down. Once
Yeah.
you're off of that, and then not only are you stuck with the feelings that you originally felt, maybe as a child or whatever you were trying to suppress, now you're coming down off of it and you have all the repercussions and the backlash of all the damage you did with your drug use. So it's a catch
Right.
22.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
So like Brian said, why not use that? And I know his background and everything. So like, but you
Yeah.
can. You totally can. You could totally use substances to numb whatever it is or to change your uh thoughts, or patterns or behaviors. You can totally do that. It is totally an option, but it is always going to end up being the wrong option 100% of the time. I don't care who you are.
Right. No, that's so true because man, this weird thought I had clicked in my head. I attended my first AA meeting on Sunday just to see what it
Oh,
was
this
like.
Sunday?
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
because I never did one. I never, I just felt like it'd be cool to get some people's stories, some of their perspectives on what they struggle with and their point of views. Because I love learning about other people and their lives and their scenarios. And man, I got, I was about to get called up, and then I realized they're all saying I'm an alcoholic. But I realized in that moment that I was no longer an alcoholic because that version of me doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, don't tell that to a AA old timer. Oh no.
I can't speak for anybody else, only myself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the way I see it is like, I don't, I've convinced myself that alcohol is disgusting. And every time I smell it, it makes me gag now because I don't know how many nights I've puked myself to sleep. And it's, I, that version of me, I don't want anything to do with, especially when you have friends that you are actively seeing going down a bad path of alcohol abuse and it's affecting them health wise pretty severely. And that's just a constant daily reminder of like, no, dude, I don't ever want to touch that stuff again.
Well, let me ask you this. Why don't you drink? Why don't you just drink then? Like
Because I don't,
I know you're saying like the smell repulses you and all that, but like get that like forget about that. Why don't you drink?
I don't want to.
Okay, you don't want to. Why? Because it could lead somewhere?
I mean, it could if I just gave in and did it, but I just don't have the urge to do it. I don't want it. I don't want to be around it. I don't like hanging out with belligerent people anymore. It's not fun for me. Like I find myself having a terrible time around belligerent people because they're just loud, obnoxious, and they don't listen. And it's just like blah, blah, blah. They can't even speak English half the
Damn,
time.
bro. Are we talking about alcoholics or the Comedy Writers Guild comment section?
Yeah. I'm just I'm I'm just saying from my perspective, because I can't speak for anybody else and I can only speak for myself and my
Mhm.
thoughts and opinions. And everybody has a right to have their own,
Yeah.
Everybody's opinion is valid. Just for me, I don't want anything to do with that version of me I was in the past because that was not a good version of me at all. I hurt a lot of
Yeah.
people and I did a lot of fucked up things, and I do not want to be that person ever again.
Yeah. Damn right.
So that's my viewpoint on drinking in this day and age. So therefore, I like to say I was an alcoholic because that version of me did exist at one point in time, and it did help me get to where I am today.
Yep.
But that version of me will no longer exist ever again because I'm done with it. It served its purpose and it is gone.
Yeah. I mean, I was just trying to lead you to a place. I don't know if you're an alcoholic or not. But I'm asking you what they would ask in AA. They would ask you that, like, oh, why don't you drink then? Like, do you think it would lead you somewhere? If that's the case, like they always say in AA and shit like that, they're always like, oh, I can't tell you if you're an alcoholic, or I can't tell you if this person's an alcoholic. But yet they all fucking try to, you know? They all try to
Right.
tell me I'm an alcoholic. I'm like, yo, whatever happened to 5 minutes ago when you were saying you couldn't tell me if I'm an alcoholic? And now you are. But like that's up
Right.
to you to decide. But like it doesn't matter. If you don't want to drink, you don't want to drink. If you do want
Right.
to drink, you're gonna fucking drink.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Right.
all up to you. It's all up to your choices. And yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I just stay away from it. Cause you know what's
Right.
been sounding really good lately to me? A drink.
You're
Like
right.
for real.
I mean, it's always one of those things in the back of your mind where it's like, well, I could test my willpower. I could have the discipline just to have one.
Hmm?
But then it's like, can you really though? And what are you getting out of having just one anyways? A slight sense of relaxation?
Oh, I definitely have 3. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. You know, I definitely have 3. And here's the thing: like I know that I can have 3. I know that I can have 3, but and I then I could just go back to being sober me again. You know, I know I can have 3 months down the road from that. You know, and then 3 months down the road from that, I can have 3. You know, but like I don't know. Do I want to test the waters? Not really. If I did, I'd tell you what, 2 months ago, I would have went and had a drink because like there was something about like when it was warm out in the summertime and getting off of work or whatever, just like the nostalgic feeling of just like, and plus I don't know about you guys, but I'm a sucker for Bud Ice. I love Bud Ice. Oh my God. Like I'm tasting it right now, just thinking about it. And so like go grab me one of those 25-ounce tall boys because they give you the extra ounce with Bud Ice. Go grab one of those and oh man, I would have just relaxed. I probably would have sat on my front porch, plucked away at my guitar and just chilled. Wouldn't have hurt anybody. But I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I should do all that.
Right.
The part that I disagree with in AA is basically, step one is probably the most important step to work because you're admitting that you're powerless over whatever, and then your life has become unmanageable. But I think for me, my life was unmanageable before I even got to that substance. And then I was powerless over my own thinking, which led me to the substance that created more unmanageability
Yeah,
in my life.
for
And
sure.
so it was more of a manifestation. Like I was just creating the snowball effect. Because I wasn't ever dealing with my issues. I was only just basically, like you said earlier, I was trying to drown those feelings out. And then I'd wake up the next day with people that I've messaged or, threats that I've made. And now I have to deal with all this other bullshit on top of the reason why I'm using in the first place. I was never getting to the root of why I was feeling the way that I was.
Mhm.
Hmm.
And yeah, there's just so many times. Do you remember those nights of heavy drinking? Not really.
Nah, because it was usually followed by heavy drugs. I
Right.
like to combine, man. Like I drank all the time, but then I don't know. I preferred drugs, but I would always drink. Drinking was a constant, but I preferred drugs.
Yeah. I love drinking on hallucinogens. That was like
Oh yeah.
one of my favorite things to do.
Actually, believe it or not, with me, so I was like a alcoholic at the time. Like I would wake up. I know I said Bud Ice. I love Bud Ice. I would wake up with 2 tall boys of Bud Ice next to my bed every single morning. and I would legitimately crack one, like not even cold. I didn't even have them cold. I would just have them right next to my bed so they were easily accessible. I would crack one like as soon as I woke up. And but like whenever I was doing a trip, I prefer mushrooms, right? So like LSD, I feel like it kind of drains me of my energy. I feel like mushrooms kind of gives me energy in a way. So I would do
Mhm.
like mushroom trips. I would take them seriously, like as seriously as I could take a trip. So I would only drink like I don't know, two like beers, just like regular beers in a bottle. Because my buddy that I always did mushrooms with, he always had bottled beer. I don't know what he had at the time, whatever. But I would drink two of those, and it would just relax me enough to like ease me into my mushroom trip. But I wouldn't drink while I was on mushrooms. I would just like want to feel like relaxed and at ease because taking
Right.
psychedelics, especially like the amount I was taking, it could be overwhelming, man.
Yeah. No, really though. It's the build up. It's the build up,
Mm-hmm.
and it was especially with like, man, there was this one time that I did this drug called 2CE. It was a experimental whatever kind of drug. Very extreme hallucinogenic.
Okay.
And man, I didn't even realize it because the person that gave it to me downplayed it. He was like, "Yeah, it only lasts a couple hours," because I had work at 7 a.m. the next morning, and I was like, "Yeah, fuck it, why not? Let's trip balls for like 3 hours and then go to bed and wake up for work the next day." So I take it, and then I was like, "All right, I don't feel shit." And I was outside smoking a cigarette, and then I look up, and a car windshield winked at me, and I was like, "That was fucking weird." Like it straight up was like, like the whole windshield.
Oh
It's like,
shit.
what the fuck was that?
Hell yeah.
And then I went inside, and that was a wild night for me because, dude, my friend had been on a whole bunch of Xanax that night, and he drank about a half gallon of whiskey. He passed out on the couch for over 24 hours. Like, and I forgot he was there. I thought I remember him passing out on the couch, and then he disappeared from my existence. And then my other friend was also there hanging out with me, but for some reason I lost track of where he was, and I thought him talking to me the entire time was my subconscious talking to me.
Oh, and
So,
he was actually talking, but you thought it was your subconscious?
yeah. And everything at this meantime is just plummeting rainbows like crazy, and I can't even focus on a single thing around the room because everything's just like "Brr, brr, brr," rainbows.
Mhm.
And then I go to my room, I lay down, and next thing you know, I look at my phone after laying down, and it's already 7 in the morning, and I'm still fucking tripping balls. So
Damn.
I go outside, and I realize that my friend had been there the entire time talking to me. And my other friend is still passed out on my couch, and I had to make sure he was breathing.
Yeah, after Xanax and half a gallon, I would say.
Yeah. And all I remember, like, the main point of that was going to work, getting some prep done, and then we opened, and all the customers came in, and then next thing you know, their faces started,
Oh
and
yeah.
I was just like, "Oh fuck!" Like I gotta get out of here, man. And I just like fake puked in the trash can. I said, "I'm sick. I gotta go," and I dipped out real fast.
Yeah, I
But
never tried
like,
that shit.
man, it was wild, and I would not recommend it if you have work the next day.
I love how he didn't say I wouldn't recommend it. Just only if you didn't have work the next day.
I mean, I say try anything once if, well, I mean, not anything, but you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying.
Hey guys, as a former heroin addict, I would say if you're gonna try it, make sure you don't have work in the next 5 hours.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh man.
Justin, dude, Xanax and Walmart are not a good combination.
Yeah. That's
You
true.
steal everything.
I only had one
Yeah.
encounter with Xanax, and I thought, because people take it for anxiety and relaxing a little bit and stuff like that. I had never done it. So I was just like, oh, my friend gave me a Xanax. So I was like, I had work and I was dealing with a little anxiety. So I was just like, I'm going to take one before work. Why not? So then I get to work and I'm like, man, my eyes are feeling very heavy right now. So I closed my eyes for a second and then I woke up to my phone buzzing off the hook like, what the fuck? I just closed my eyes for a second and then I look at my phone and it's been over an hour and my boss is blowing my phone up and I'm just like, oh shit. Like,
Yeah.
I fell asleep in my car.
That's Xanax for sure, dude. Hey,
Oh,
Justin, I got a story for that too. I was in Walmart on Xanax one time, and I thought it'd be cool to steal a car amp, right? So he said he had a car battery under his coat. Pretty much the same thing I did, man. It was like some like 2,000-watt amp. Dude, the thing was like it was longer than my torso, bro. So like I just got off school. I was in high school. I walked into this place. I was like, I'm gonna get me an amp. It was like the big thing at the time. Everybody had subs in their trunk and amps and all that shit. You know, they had the fucking head units that like popped out like TVs. We're talking this is probably 2006. So it was around that time. And I walked into Walmart all zannied up. I was like, I'm gonna get me this amp. I went over to the aisle. I looked around. Nobody was around. I had my buddy with me. I pulled this thing out of its box. It's like making all this noise and shit. I shove it into my pants and I was going to zip my pants up, but it was too big to zip my pants up. So I just took my belt and I like, hold on. I took my belt and I tied a knot around it like that. And then I pulled my hoodie closed and zipped it up and I put my hands in my pockets and I was like, I have my hands in my pockets like this and I'm holding the bottom of the amp and I just leaned backwards and I walked out of Walmart like this and I got away too.
just walking out like a cholo, like, what's up, yo?
Like a cholo.
Like a cholo. Yeah. I walked out like a cholo, dude. I even had my socks up to my fucking abs. Yeah. But
That's hilarious.
Walmart,
Now
if you're
tell that
listening,
same.
if you're listening, Walmart, fuck you. I don't care. I am not apologizing for shit. That's not the only thing I stole at Walmart.
Tell the next thing you stole, but wear that mask while you tell them.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's not in here anymore. Fuck.
Oh, dude, fuck! You got to
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
that thing on hand, bro.
I know. I don't know why my girl came in randomly while I was in here one day and took it out.
Ooh, you know what would be fun? Man, I had a cool question. What is the meaning of life to you?
Fuck bitches get funny, man.
Yay,
Yay.
yay.
Nah, that is a good question. The meaning of life to me is like it's almost like I don't know. I don't want to say like a test, but like I think I was talking to you guys about oh yeah, I was talking to you about this, Kyle, the other day on the phone. It's like how do I explain it? Like oh, I'm drawing a blank, man.
To
I took
observe.
I took a melatonin before I did this, and it's like starting to kick in. That's like the only way to get to sleep for me. What were we
Challenge
talking about the other day? I just had it in my head and it went away.
Well, we were talking about observing people.
Yes. So like I think the whole purpose of life is just Like I told you in my ayahuasca trip, the only word that I saw was experience, right? So like we're just here to experience it and we're observers. Like that's it. There's no good, there's no
Hmm.
bad, there's no evil. Uh there's none of that. You're strictly here to observe and to
Hmm.
be a part of and to experience. And then maybe who knows, you get taken back to some place and they're like, "All right, what you say?" You
Right.
know? And then you have to like relay your life what you saw, like, "Hey, this is what I saw." Who knows, man? But like all I know is like
Yeah.
what I know. And what I know is we're here, and what I feel is that we're just here to experience whatever that
Right.
means.
No, I actually, that does resonate with me. Is just the whole, there is no, everything that we could ever imagine that we base our reality off of was something that man created. Everything that was created here, man created,
Mhm.
unless aliens did. But either way, if we are all just reflections of each other, and in a sense, Jesus basically said love your neighbor, because the deeper meaning behind that was because we are all one under God. We are just God living this experience through different perspectives. Wouldn't that also mean that aliens would also understand this and know that we are also them at the same time?
Mhm. You ever subscribe to the idea that like the universe is just one thing? And I don't mean as in like we're all individuals, we're a part of that one thing. It's like this source. And we are the actual one thing just observing itself from different perspectives,
Yes.
so and then not only that, have you guys ever heard of the Akashic record?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
A record of every word ever spoken, if I'm correct.
Sort of. Every It's a record of everything that could ever be. So like the example, I don't know if I've heard it before or if I've just used it since I've learned about it, but like the iPhone. So like let's say the Big Bang. Say you subscribe to the idea of the Big Bang. The iPhone existed at the moment of the conception of the universe, right? So like, and it will
Yeah.
always exist, right? So like it just took a person to be able to grab it out of like that source, right? Like let's say, I know it wasn't him that actually did it, it was just his company, right? But
Hmm.
uh what's his name, Apple guy, Steve Jobs. Like say Steve Jobs thought of the iPhone. The moment he thought of the iPhone, he was like, "Ah, I got this idea." And then he put it down onto paper, and then somebody created it, and now it's this physical thing, right? But it's
Right.
always been a physical thing. It's always been an idea. Like if you can think of it, the only reason you can think of something is because somewhere in this universe it either
Hmm.
exists or is going to exist. So
Yeah.
like you wouldn't be able to think of something outside of this universe because like this is the source.
Right. And that applies to, what was it, Vicky that said it earlier, where fairies are real, and y- all of those things, dragons, fairies, Merlin, the wizard, all of them. What if Merlin was actually just an alien who figured out frequency? He could manipulate the elements through crystal and frequency because he knew how to tap into certain frequencies that control certain elements. Maybe that's why he was a wizard.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing that now with our technology.
And back then, the only way they could explain it is magic.
Yeah, true.
It's all possible.
Yeah.
So Harmon, go ahead and give us your plugs, man. We got another guest that wants to hop on. We're gonna have Max come join us for a little bit.
Yeah.
So tell
fun.
everybody where they can find you, man. We've got about 6 people in here now, and I think you already got a couple new subscribers for sure.
Cool, man.
Cool.
I appreciate that. Dudes, come check me out. Harmon Comedy on Facebook. Also have Comedy Writers Guild on TikTok, Comedy Writers Guild on Instagram. I don't really use those that often. TikTok a little bit more, but definitely on Facebook. Come check us out on Facebook. We go live every Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you think you're funny enough, I'm going to be tossing out 4 joke concepts every single week. We have a special guest come on and try out 4 of the joke concepts, see if you could get on the podcast. Both of these guys have won a spot on the podcast. If you're the funniest in the comments, you will get voted on, and you will get 15 minutes live on the Comedy Writers Guild.
Absolutely,
right,
and you'll
man.
see our asses over there too. So come have
I
some
work
fun.
Thursdays, but I try to get on it for like 15 minutes when I go to break just to see what's popping in the chat.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And if you guys don't already, go ahead and hit that like button for this live stream right now. Follow the Higher Consciousness, Lower Standards podcast on all social media platforms. And be sure to give, even if you don't watch it, go over and just give them a fucking like, man. Boost up the numbers on the algorithm. I love these
Everyone is
guys.
Thanks, man.
appreciated.
I
Absolutely.
love you too, Harmon.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on, and you guys have a great night.
Yes,
too,
you
brother.
too, my friend.
All right, bro.
See ya.
Later. Fuck bitches get funny.
Yeah.
I love
Yes.
that dude.
Me too.
Hey,
He's good.
I love this guy that's about to come on as well. This dude right here is a freaking energy source.
Our boy, Max. There he is.
Max.
I love that, dude. I gotta turn the podcast off. The sound. Hey guys.
What's
Put
up?
myself in the
brother?
middle so I can see both of you guys. Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Good to see you. I didn't know that I was gonna put Harmon off. I didn't know that I was replacing him. I feel a little bit bad about that.
Oh, Harmon had 45 minutes. He's okay.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
We're just going with the flow, letting the universe do its thing in this episode.
This is cool. I like that you guys decided to do a live thing. I like that.
Yeah,
this is
man.
fun.
It started off a little rocky. We had some issues, but now I feel like we're in it. We got the flow down. We're having fun. Like, yeah.
So what are you doing? You're doing one guest at a time, and then like another guest hops on, and then another one, and another one.
We don't know.
It's just playing out the way it's playing out, brother.
Yeah, we're here.
We're here.
Cool.
We're here in the
Cool.
moment. Dude, ever since you came on the podcast, that was there was no drug on this planet that could have made me feel like I felt like after I spoke with you on our podcast that Tuesday night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Kyle was like, let's have him on next week. No, man, it was just the way that you broke down your perspective and made it relevant and true in my life, because there were certain things that I feel that I can't explain, but you were explaining those exact same things that I felt.
Yeah. Very good.
Because we were talking about the love and the dimensions and the soul hug. You know, that tingling.
Well, we have it. We have it intrinsically. All of us. We have that connection, that telepathic connection. You were talking about earlier with Harmon about, well, what's real? What's true? It doesn't matter, and you feel that it doesn't matter. You feel that what does matter is what you believe to be true. And you're told that in stories and with all the ascended yogis, and they teach you that. They say it isn't about what's real. Why is that? Why is that this way? Isn't it about what's real? Why does it have to be about what you believe is real? And belief is so personal and so individual because of that awesome word that I like to say, multidimensional.
Yes.
Precisely because of that. Because all free will exists. We all have a version or versions that we like to create, and we can only experience like our own creation. There's nothing else but self to experience. Nothing else. The evolution is just that growth of self, or the comprehension of self, the realization of self, the expansion of understanding of what self means right now. Self is this one human body that is encased in the skill. In this skin. Next self is all human bodies in that fourth level, right? The next self is all light. So basically all matter and sound. All in existence. That's the fifth level. Sixth is the universe itself. That's the body. So like everything's just going in that direction. The quicker we get it that we are all one, the easier it gets.
Right.
You
'cause
see?
So
that's
we-
the whole
if-
concept behind peace on Earth.
Yeah.
If we all realize we are all connected and we are all one, then peace is achievable.
So, but let's
Peace
talk about
is not only achievable, it is inevitable. It is how it's like your body. If you look at the inside of your body is completely at peace. All your cells are cooperating with each other completely without apprehension, without, oh, I don't know if you're going to give back, I'm not going to give back. All cells are completely cooperating. Everything is like this within the encasing of the body, the physical body that you're in. So it's like that outward as well. Like no change is really required. We're talking about change. No change is necessary. Change is the one thing that I have quantified, that I could say. I've realized, I have epiphanized to say that change can only be observed. It can only be observed. Observed.
Yeah.
Not forced into existence.
Right.
Max.
You don't want to force
So-
anything.
Or
That's
what
how
will
you get a
happen.
hemorrhoid, you know? You don't want a hemorrhoid now. Come on.
So explain this to some of our viewers that might be a little bit confused, because I think you mentioned this last time. If we have free will in this reality, but we possibly chose the path that we have laid out before us before we even came here, where does free will in this very present moment become relevant?
So the way that I kind of conceptualize it in my head, as you were asking the question, the picture was painting itself in two parts of will. Let's say will, right? Let's say that we can quantify, understand within the physical mind free will in two parts. One part is the physical mind's part, that is the easy to grasp part, that is the part that we are very familiar with. The other part is the part of the will of the soul, of the will that is the totality will that you are, of the universe's will, if you will. So that's the other part. So the will of me, for instance, could be shooting up some heroin. That's my will. I'm going to shoot up some heroin. I'm going to smoke some crack. That's my will. The will of the soul in that act of me smoking up crack aligns with my will, in that the will of the soul allows for all of my will, no matter what my will is. Nothing I do can go against the will of the soul. Impossible. because the will of the soul allows all of your finite will that is available in your physical mind. Does that make
Yeah.
a little bit of sense? That's kind of how I see it. There's the will of me, there's the little me, the finite me, the physical mind me, and there's the greater me that I have access to, but I do not have domain over, like I have domain over my physical self.
Interesting. So would you say that if that's the case and it's kind of split into two, is this a simulation? Are we just living out a simulation and it's already predestined and we're kind of like, would you say NPCs, or not even NPCs, but playable characters in this reality?
So if we were, Jordan, what would be the vision in your mind that is the best possible version of the illusion hypothesis? Would something like you completely having control over all of the illusion, would that be something that would fit into your ideal version of the game, of the simulation?
Yeah, because one of the levels that I had to conquer and beat was the level of fear, and understand that fear was nothing but an illusion in itself. And then I live without fear now.
But not all. Do you feel that sometimes fear is there for observing? Like you can see the choice of fear existing there, and it just passes you by as you wave it hello, instead of
Yeah,
taking that option.
yeah, because if somebody's reactive towards me, or, and this happens a lot, if I have to correct somebody's behavior in the job that I do, and then they become reactive in that, and then they get pissed off, fight or flight might set in because you don't know what this person might do in that reaction. Fear is part of that fight or flight, and then it's kind of passing. It's like, okay, let's just continue to be our authentic selves and who we know that we're to be, and continue to stand on your own belief or whatever rule that you feel like you're having to enforce in that moment.
Hmm. So I would say that it would all come down to programming, consciously programming yourself to not rid yourself of fear, not block it in any way, but to integrate it in you. Like this is what I mentioned about it just passing you by. You have the option, you see it always, but you, by reminding yourself, and the program of the reminding is automatic because it's already programmed in, that I'm okay, Dad, I'm all right. I've lived a good life, and I'm not really afraid of anything that passes because I'm not afraid of death anymore. So it's just the way that our body sort of begins to read the energy. We feel it negatively. So, like, I was talking to my brother, and I remember at a moment where a lot of people are discussing when they are meeting these, let's say, fourth density bodies or grays or aliens or some higher consciousness presence is near, and they feel scared and they feel fear and they feel negativity that just makes them want to leave, not stay. This is just how Bashar explains it. Your body's way of reading this energy. The energy is big. The entity that is near you is much bigger than the entity that you are. The consciousness that is near you, that is within the vicinity of you, is much bigger than your own consciousness. And your own consciousness senses it very strongly, and it sends signals of doom, as in your might end right now because this consciousness is so much bigger. It can literally just step on you. That's fear. That's that's the body's way of reading this energy. So whenever we feel anything negative, it's the same. It's energy, but it's energy that's being put through, well, I don't want to say negative filters, but I would say early filters. early filters. So like we have come to be in this physical third density yellow ray body because we were second density orange ray and first density red ray first. That's how we came to be here. Because we were those bodies first, especially second density orange ray bodies, they use fear, they weaponize fear, they make use of it in such a way that it serves the animal body to have fear. In our body, we feel fear as a negative thing. We feel it as a negative thing because it no longer serves us to have fear because we are no longer surviving in this plane. We are moving closer towards oneness. We're no longer on level 2, we're on level 3, and above level 4, there is no unoneness. You cannot not know that everything is a part of you. Like when you wake up in a fourth density body, if you're a Sasani like Bashar, when you wake up in a fourth density body, you wake up in love with the universe and everything's talking to you. Every single cell outside, the little bits of grass, they're talking to you and they're sending you love. They're telling you how much they love you. Like, how can you be pissed off? Like, how can you not enjoy your existence in the body that you're in if everything constantly, like every you walk outside, you move around the objects, you're playing with stuff, with people, someone hugs you on that level, on the fourth density body, hugging another fourth density body, that union is like magical. And a lot of stories, and this is what I think they're talking about, is that fourth density experience is heaven. Because a lot of stories, they're literally talking about. I've just seen this video. This guy is talking about a near-death experience, and he went away, and he was experiencing this. That the blades of grass were talking to him, sending him love, and he hugged someone, and it felt so much more amazing than any possible sexual experience in here could. Like it doesn't compare how much power a single hug has in what they would say heaven is. But
Can
it's
I tell
only
you?
logical to see that fourth. Just let me finish it just a sec.
Yeah.
It's only logical to see that we are in third density mind, the third density physical mind would see the fourth density experience as heaven, and the lower density experience as hell. Animalistic experience is hell, and the higher experience of being in a fourth density body, that's heaven. That's what it is. Yes, Kyle.
Right. I had first of all, good night, Justin. And second of all, I had an experience that I was in a state of bliss and I went for a little walk. And it was so crazy to me because like I just felt the love out of all the plants, the flowers around me as I was walking. And I walked under this tree that had these leaves and branches like right over my head. And as soon as I got under that tree, the branch like went down and like brushed the side of my face, and it just felt like the tree was like giving me like a gentle little like stroke on the face. And it
Now,
was
did it move towards you? Did you actually see the tree moving towards you? Was it windy?
Yeah. Well,
Was there anything to make you doubt the experience of divinity in that experience?
no, just the way it happened. It was like it felt like a magical moment because like it wasn't windy. It was like just a slight breeze, but like
Yeah.
I was just walking, and that branch just came down, and just brushed my face. And,
Yeah.
like, I wasn't even like trying to like get in my face with it or nothing. It just
Yeah.
happened. I was like, oh,
You were in that
was
mindset.
cool.
You were in that mindset, and you weren't thinking, "Oh, probably think some things are real and some things aren't." I'm not even thinking about anything unreal, as if everything's real, so I don't disbelieve anything. So, yeah, man. I think this is what we're doing. We are working within our imagination. It is the whole thing. It's the whole secret behind imagination. It's the ability that is intrinsic within the body of the fourth density. Their ability is only there because we are programming it. We have to have faith. We have to use imagination. So like you could ask the tree and ask it to give you a little legend about what's going on about it, and your imagination will build structures about the legend, right? You would
Mhm.
receive that information inside your mind, and you wouldn't think it's not real. You'll just see it in mind and have it recorded as if it was just it's a story that you have received. Oh, how nice. And you have to have faith as if, well, it's only half real, it's only somewhat real, because other things are differently real within the physical experience. They're differently real, and you have to put them on some scale. So this is what we're doing because of our ability to have faith. They don't need it because it's already there.
Mhm.
The ability to imagine things into existence. Like Nikola Tesla, he could hallucinate things into a physical reality first, and he tingled with it, tinkled with stuff before he made a physical representation of the thing. Like we can all have that, but it starts somewhere. So like having it inside your mind and painting pictures. Have you ever tried closing your eyes and just painting pictures inside on the inside of your eyelids? Did
Hmm.
you know that it's actually quite easy to do? That you can actually quite easily kaleidoscope style images and geometrical shapes and amoebas and light and play with all kinds of stuff and observe all kinds of colors and shape just by closing your eyes and looking
Hmm.
inside with imagination, looking with imagination.
You know what's
Drawing a
crazy to
huge
me?
penis.
What is it about a huge penis? What?
Drawing one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you
You
picturing
can draw
yourself
whatever
sucking
you
it?
want, man.
Does that make you
Yeah.
gay, Jordan?
Only if you think so.
Only in the best way that gay means happy.
Yeah, of course. But no, I mean that makes so much sense and it's really cool to think about. But like, have you ever had those moments of like, because when most people close their eyes, all they see is black, right? They don't see
Hmm.
anything. But then there's those other moments where you close your eyes and you see energy, which is hard to explain because there was this one time that I had closed my eyes and I literally saw this. It was like a greenish blue energy start to take shape and it looked like an alien, like in my mind's eye. And it like had the face, like the small nose, the big slanted eyes. And it just was right there, right in my face. And it's hard to explain things like that because it's just like, well, aren't we supposed to see nothing? But then there's something taking shape in my mind.
Have you tried bringing those images out by will? So, like, close your eyes and do it now? Or do you find that it happens for you, not yet by you? But is it not yet by you because you haven't tried? Or have you tried and it didn't work?
Hmm, that's a good question. I feel like I have tried a few times and it has happened. Like there was one time back when I was into religion, I was like, I would like to experience some angels tonight. And I said that before I went to sleep. And then I woke up randomly at 3 in the morning. And something just told me to like sit up, close my eyes. And I did that. And then I saw these two blue orbs. They looked like they had wings in my mind's eye. And they were just like almost dancing like with each other. And it just felt this overwhelming sense of peace in my body,
Mm.
just experiencing that. And it really felt like I was experiencing angels in that moment. Just this unexplainable peace that was with it. And
Have you
I
ever
don't
tried
know.
giving them names?
No.
No?
No, I
That
just
could,
I was
that's
in the moment.
fun. That's fun. Maybe if something like that happens next time, I like to go deeper with them. You know how we do it. Going deeper is how we like to do it. I like to know, like, because when you begin communicating with your soul, it's kind of hard to. Well, and you're not really doing it. You're not really finding out who's talking and what. That's too much for you. But when you're in there, when you're doing it for a while, you kind of want to know who's talking. Like you want to know if like your grandma's talking. You want to know that that's her. I've gotten into a habit of whenever I do receive an image, like you've described, receiving some image, I immediately ask for who sends it. And the image of the signature doesn't necessarily, it actually never comes as a word, it never comes as a name, hardly ever comes as a sound, even. It comes as a feeling, as an
Mm,
image. It comes perhaps as a holographic 3D image of that person or a feeling I have towards that even direction. Like if I wanted to communicate, because there is no communicating with Bashar without communicating with the entire race of the Sasani. There is no
mm,
communicating with a single entity of the fourth density without communicating with all of them, with the group, with the entire group, because that's where you're
mhm.
communicating with. After that level, it no longer feels like I sometimes even catch myself for no longer feeling like I is the right way to address myself anymore. It feels more natural to say we because I know who has given me this bit of information. I know the names, their signatures. This guy gave me this, Society gave me that, my grandma gave me this point, my angels, my guides gave me that. So I know that it's like a group. I walk around with a group because I have only just literally recently have begun to busy myself with finding out the names, and I only am just observing it. I don't set out to do anything. I don't set out to plan anything. I try to pull myself and my desires and my wants as much as out of the experience as much as possible. And I most of the time am successful at pulling them all out. Like 100% of me is out. So I don't need to be there. And like by will, by my own choice. And I love it. I love not being there. I love just like watching from the sidelines and looking at what my body is doing. And it's doing some weird shit sometimes, man. Oh my god. I'm watching sometimes because I'm allowing everything that my body is doing. I'm walking around the supermarket talking loudly and continuing the conversation with random strangers with myself because I'm only ever talking with myself. The universe is myself, so I'm only ever talking with myself. So why would I be scared talking to myself in private, in public? So
Right.
I do weird shit, man. I do really weird stuff, man.
I love that. It's so cool though. It's like, what is it? Who is the people that give it the definition of weird shit, anyways? Like, come on. Like, everybody's got their own version of weird shit. Like,
Yeah, it's a reflection.
just embrace it.
I think the weirder the better. Like I find that I have more excitement or joy. I experience more joy and I experience more energy and more flow and more love and more excitement within the chemical structure of my body that feeds back into the loop system of my mind. I feel it when I am silly.
Yes.
I feel
Hmm.
it more when I am silly, when I am unconstricted with my behavior, like a 3 year old. Like you've seen a 3 year old who won't shut up, and the mom's trying to do something and shut him up, but he's just having a best time of his life. Doesn't care about embarrassment. What's that?
All right.
Like that's what I observe myself becoming like.
I noticed this too, but I do it when I'm like home alone, you know. I just turn into like this little giddy, like exciting. I can be obnoxious. I can do whatever I want. Nobody's watching. I'm gonna be crazy. I'm just
Yeah.
find myself just like dancing in the kitchen as hard as I can, or like something
Yeah.
silly. Like it's just like dance like nobody's watching, but like you should be able to do that while people are watching too.
Hey
Like you
Max.
feel it. You feel it.
Yeah.
You feel the difference when it's different. You feel it. You feel it in your bones. It's like, to me, that was uncomfortable. Like, yeah, I'm all right privately. I'm in the shower doing whatever I want, but then I'm in public and I'm a different, completely different person. To me, I wanted to quantify that. I wanted to see if I can stay with my integrity with myself and I can continue to be as silly as I want. Like
Mm.
what's stopping me and why shouldn't I do it? I have come to a realization that it's my duty. That it's my duty to look as stupid as possible in public. My duty to show my universe what that example of unconstricted behavior looks like.
I'm curious. Do you find it malicious or playful if you go out of your way to like give somebody a challenge?
So like it's a game, right? It's a
Yes.
wonderful game to play because it's a game that requires you and all of your attention because no, you don't want to be malicious. You don't want to be malicious. You want to be compassionate. You want to be benevolent. You want to be kind. You want to be kind. You feel that's you and you are striving for kindness, but you also are asking yourself, is being annoying a really bad thing? Is it really malicious to be annoying? And then you talk to yourself, and your guides reply and say, say certain things that there's a limit to which you can do whatever you want, but because you do it, you will feel certain feelings about it, like guilt, like, and then you'd have to sort of
Right.
quantify that guilt, that karma. So that it's a game of staying true to integrity and playfulness and silliness whilst whilst checking in with yourself to know how you're gonna feel about this act in the future
Mm. Having the
while
discernment
you're
of
doing the act, while you're acting silly, acting just silly enough that you are satisfying your game of showing the example of unconstricted behavior to your universe, staying true to yourself and your integrity, and not going overboard with it. That's a fun
right.
game to play. That's a fun. If it wasn't like, if
Yeah.
it was easy, if the answer was easy, it would not be fun. Like it wouldn't be as fun. It's fun to see how much you can push it, how much you can push the limits of unconstrictedness within your behavior whilst staying true to your kindness, and that takes like
Mm.
a lot of your attention. So it's a
Right.
flex to me. It's like going to the gym. It's making myself bigger by stretching my attention because more of me is required in that sense. A lot more of me is required. I have to be there because I'm fully responsible for these actions.
Right. That makes a lot of sense. Hey
So
Jordan,
Max, what?
I was just thinking we should throw one more question for our viewers to have fun with.
Let's do it. And while that's happening, Max, what do you think happened in 2012 with the Mayan calendar? Do you think that we moved to a different timeline, or what do you think that the Mandela effect started? What do you think happened in 2012? Because there are people out there that theorize that we could all be dead at this point.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that the world ended in 2020 and everything seems so surreal now. is because it's all a simulation. But if it's all a simulation, when did it begin to be a simulation? And why did it only begin to be a simulation in 2020? Why wasn't always? It's like, it's always a simulation, but who's running the simulation? You're running the simulation. You are in full control. So because you're multidimensional and you exist as a still holographic image in an infinity dimensions stacked on top of each other. So my take on 2012 and the Mayans is the Mayans were very they were very serious about cycles, and I'm just getting to learn and experiment with cycles now. I have mapped out all my Kundalini times. Like you can see, like every once a month, about 2.5 days or 3 days, once a month, you have a 3-day period. Each one of us has that during our star sign moon. So like moon's in Capricorn in the time of between 2nd of September and like the 5th of September for like that time. And every month I sort of look at that time and I make sure that it's like I'm not jerking off during that time. I am like I'm eating healthy. I'm just experimenting, and it's actually so much cooler because it's a game. I've begun to retain, and it's not that hard. I mean, it's not that hard if you have a right game, if you have the right why. But back to your question, Jordan, I think the Mayans, they were timekeepers, right? They counted time, but they counted it in, I think, 2 or 3 ways, and they counted the smaller cycles and the greater cycles. They definitely counted the cycle of the Sirius star system rotating around our star system. They definitely counted that 24,000-year cycle, which is one of the great cycles. And I do think 2012 was right in the middle of that cycle. So 2012 or roundabout time, because it's multidimensional, it might as well be 2020 in another reality, or it might as well be 2005 or 2000 in some other reality. It's like 2012, give or take, because it's probability. It's all about mathematical probability. And 2012 was the period in time when these 2 star systems are the most furthest from each other. So after 2012, the Sirius star system and our star system are much closer, and they will be closer moving forward. Like in 12,000 years, we all will have superpowers, not because we will have to work hard to get them, but because there will be an abundance of light, that kind of magical energy on both systems. Like the amplification isn't just on Earth, isn't just on our planet, it's on all the planets within the Sirius star system, and there are maybe several that they live on.
Interesting. You made me forget my next question because I'm still I'm still on that one.
Cycles are interesting. Cycles are super interesting.
But if
because
well, if the Mayans were keepers of time and time is an illusion in itself, then it would just be safe to say that their calendar of what they perceived to be real just ended, and we just kept continuing to move forward.
Well, that's interesting. Well, all right. Well, time space is one, and time space is the illusion, the physical illusion. However, illusion doesn't mean not real. Illusion does not mean not real. Mathematically, understanding illusion would be symbolic, holographic. Firstly, the thing underneath the real thing, or the thing above the real thing. So like surface. So like the crust of the planet. That would be physical. The rest of it inside the planet, all the rest all the way down to the center of the planet, that's metaphysical. So like time space is real in the sense that it's quantifiable, and it needs to be quantifiable in order for us to begin to comprehend the elements, the individual elements within reality itself, both sides of reality. So, like for instance, I'm sure what they would look out, they would look up into the sky a lot, and they would see stars. We do that, and
Mhm.
the stories, the people that would tell stories, that would tell people that look at the stars, those are souls. That's how many souls there are. That's how many entities there are. That's how much you're not alone. So
Right.
that would take that and oh right, okay, all right. So we'll get to know those souls as more than within our imagination later. But right now, for now, we can
Hmm.
only understand them, comprehend them through stories. Through stories.
Which is interesting. I just had a thought pop into my head. Do you think everybody wants to get famous and become a stars because deep down they realize that they actually are?
Yeah, I've been thinking that too, and I've made a couple of life cards, wisdom cards that I make. I think, yeah, I think we don't want to be famous. We want to be known. Why do
Yeah.
we want to be known? Because we are. Like, soul to soul level, every soul knows every other soul. There is no non communication, there is no disagreement, there is
Hmm.
no unknowing on that level. So they all know each other. They are all known to each other. Not famous, because famous implies a distinction between famous and unfamous. So that's the separation. But they're all
True.
known to each other. They're all stars that way. So I think that's one of the ways that we in physical reality can see, oh, I have this feeling. What is this feeling? Someone tells me this feeling means that I want to be famous. All right. What if it's something else? What if it's this same feeling, but it's like I want to be who I am, right? And who I am
Right.
is known in the public sphere. No, that's freedom, man. That's freedom. Being in the public sphere, going out and being just like this is me right here. Hey, look, this is what I sound like. This is what I look like. These are all of my imperfections. This is who I am. I'm not afraid to be known. I'm not afraid to be seen. That is freedom, man. And you sense it. You feel it. When you get that kind of freedom, you feel it. Those who have felt it and they've receded back into themselves and they're hiding from the world and hiding to be shown to the world that they feel themselves unfree.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, we're all stars, man. We're all stars. Literally, we're all stars.
Which is
You know,
crazy.
they say that there's more stars in the sky than there are
Hmm.
grains of sand on this planet,
Mm, mm.
Hmm.
which is
There
extremely
have to
hard to
be.
fathom.
Yeah.
Well, if it's infinite, then that would explain why there is, because that would only make a finite amount of grains of sand on this earth,
Yeah.
Hmm.
so it could
Yeah.
infinitize by what grains of sand are here to stars in the sky, and it's ever
Right.
Yeah.
expanding.
I'm curious. What was your answer to the question be, Max? If you could be reincarnated as anything, what would you come back as?
Or you could also add to that, are you aware of what you possibly came from, what you were previous?
Old time is now. So I can just as easily say it'll be equally true if I said, next life, I'm going to be this and this and that. Or I say, last life, I was this and this and that. It's the same thing. So, like, if I ask myself the question, what are some of the things that excite me about an alternative life, past or next? Those are the things that I would hone in on as the real things that are part of my next past incarnations. Like if I see them in mind, especially when I ask, they repeat in that same format. They come back and saying, "Oh no, this is it," as if, "Oh, that would be cool," or "That would be exciting to be," just like that.
Yeah.
Not as real, but that would be cool. That way, when we feel in that way, that's our indication. That's how the body reads real. That's how the body reads. Well, that's the life you actually live somewhere else in another reality. I sense a very strong connection to Sasani, to the Sasani world, to the fourth density Sasani world. So like
I know. We were
I
talking about
yeah,
this the other day, how it would be fun if we both resonated with that and ended up reincarnating together on Essassani and had a podcast like this one over there. That'd be cool.
do
More
an
perspective.
Sasani podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Why not?
What could even like what would a version of a podcast on that world be? Like what would it even look like? Well, first of all, it would necessarily be without the use of microphones because it's just telepathical and communication, image to image. Everyone's constantly communicating. But then what would be the purpose of a podcast if anyone's all constantly communicating? Like what would be the
Hmm.
purpose of a podcast for something like that? On that plane.
Wow.
Like that doesn't make sense now.
Huh. That's
Maybe
crazy.
we could play. Maybe we could. Maybe maybe would be Bashar's other versions of Bashar or other entities like Bashar going into third density bodies on other planets. Maybe not even human third density bodies. Like maybe we're being channeled as podcasts. Oh, that would be cool. Being channeled as society from over there, but being channeled as the podcasting society on another planet where their third density not as connected communication wise, all one kind of thing, but like being channeled from that planet.
That's wild to think about. Huh.
So it's when you, for our audience that might not know, when you speak on densities, there's 7, and
Yes,
are these different dimensions? Is density another word for dimension?
it is and it isn't. A lot of people use the word dimension in several different ways, several different definitions, like a spatial dimension. So let's say we have 3 spatial dimensions, X, Y, Z, within the physical sphere. Those are 3 dimensions, and then we say fourth dimension would be time. If we add that on, and we say that could be our fourth dimension, if it gets integrated, that's fourth density. I don't see it like that. I see it that time may also have a 3 dimensional structure or a more than 3 dimensional structure, and so may space. More dimensions within the spatial sphere may open up at fourth density. More dimensions within the temporal sphere may open up at fourth density. The way I use the word density is basically a level, the next level. The You can say dimension, but because dimension has different notations, density is to me feels more natural. Me feels more like it's the right word to say when you refer to these levels, because like some people could say, "Oh, we're entering 5D, we're going to 5D," and that's the new age way of saying 4D. We're actually
Hmm.
going into fourth density. We call it 5D, and I figured it out as well. I thought, why do people are calling it 5D, and why is this perfect? Because everyone who senses 5D, that number 5D, they're not wrong. They can't be, especially if there are so many of them. And we're like, 5D, 5D. What is 5D? All right, so the dimension of the mind is what is 5. That's where your mind lives. That's the density of your mind. So 5D essentially is moving up toward living in your fifth level mind, not your third level mind. That's what they mean. This jump, I think that's what they mean. That's what I sort of figured out. This jump from third way of living, of this, we see that as sort of survival living, to 5D living, where I'm all right. Well, look, I'm no longer surviving. Maybe I don't get my shit sorted out completely, but I'm no longer afraid, and I know why I'm not afraid, because I'm okay with death. Because I'm okay with death, I'm okay with faith. And I'm okay with whatever comes. And I remind myself of that. And the reminding myself of that allows me to have no fear at all, because I constantly keep reminding myself, and I'm all right. Hey, look, I'm all right. Because this isn't the end of me. Death is not the end, and I'm reminding myself. So, well,
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Well, because there's just too much evidence to even fathom that death is the end. I mean, what do you believe happens after death?
who's
Do we go
death?
home?
I would say whatever you want would happen after death. It's like, well, whatever. I'll tell you what. Here's again, it's like free will. But again, there's more to you than just this you. There's more to you. So like there's a soul you. So there will be an agreement of things to happen to you by what your soul has set out for you. So your personality is intact, yourself is intact, whatever um, imperfect self that you were when you died, you still stay the same imperfect self at first before you choose the next path of evolution. And it's always the same. It's always you go, you look, you see, and you go to the next thing. There cannot be anything else other than that, because once you're done, there is nothing to be there except for your back within. And it's like you're not going to be done before you have lived an entire lifetimes as a universe. Like that's the sixth level. When your body is the universe, you can know that, oh, all right, I'm coming to an end here because I'm about to finish up. I'm about to go to the seventh level where I'll prepare to go to the oneness, go back in. Yeah. So it's like we're not done.
Yeah.
We're not done. We're not even close to being done at third level. We won't be close to being done at fourth, fifth. We'll get there closer to sixth, and we'll feel it because
I've
we'll
heard,
be the universe.
yeah, I have heard a lot of people that have had near-death experiences saying that they have experienced creating a universe or being the universe,
Mm.
which is interesting because it's like, wouldn't it's just such a weird concept between like, are we actually gods or are we just God experiencing?
So, like, if we have to define we in order to answer that question in any kind of way. So, if we say that and we say that the we I'm pointing at is third level God, and like if I took my cat and I showed my cat to you, she would be second level God, no less God than I am God. My cat's a God because she is physically she's an entity. Like if I
Right.
took a plant and showed it to you, that's also a God, a second level, second density God. Second density body means a second density God.
Mm-hmm.
It's all God. Each level is God. There's nothing that isn't God. Everything's God. God is just a word for everything. But like if we put everything on 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 a scale from 1 to 7, then we can say, all right, and I'm looking down at a rock, that's level 1 God. Awesome. Some water over there, that's level 1 God. Some plants, some trees, some animals, level 2 gods over there. Great. Some humans over there, some level 3 gods. Where are my level 4s? Where are my level 4s? Because I'm seeing level 5s here. What are level 5 gods? So, like, level 5 God could be an experience of light that you may have had that was to you very personal and divine, and you felt it. Like that could be a visit from a level 5 god. That literally visits from angels are felt like visits from light.
I've
That's
had
what an
this.
angel is a level 5 body. That's
I've
what an
e-
angel is.
I've experienced this, which is
Tell me.
crazy. Well, it was when I first had my awakening. It was everything that led to me understanding more and opening my mind. It was an experience that I had when I was looking out into the sky for a sign. When I was at a very low point and I was like, just reaching out to the universe saying like, if you're out there, let me know. And I like really opened myself up to that and really believed that there was something out there, because like of course I had doubts, because that was the first time I've ever really opened my heart to the idea, and I reached out. And in that moment, because it was just gray skies all around, no sun whatsoever, and when I said that, right around where the sun was, it just opened up, and all just the brightest, warmest rays of sunlight just right on my face, just direct. Felt like I was getting a hug from the universe. It was warm, peaceful, and it felt like something was telling me it was there. And it was a feeling that I can't explain. I've never had that feeling again.
It's funny that you say that because I was in a church service just a few nights ago. They have church services there for the kids. And if the sun is at the center of the universe, and there's a story in the Bible where they encountered God, and they said that it was so bright that if they got close to it, they would die immediately. If they looked upon it, that they would die immediately. So that makes a lot of sense that since the sun is the center of our universe, that would be where God dwells, and that would be where we would come from. Because, but also at the same time, like I kind of had a near death experience as well. And what I could relate to was when I didn't see the sun in my near death experience. I saw the universe. I saw black stars all around. It was like the night sky. And I could identify the universe as one, which would be the creator.
Now, how did you know it was the creator? Did you know that at the time, or did you make those
Because
words
it,
up later
as
to
no,
identify?
because as wild as this sounds, it telepathically spoke to me, and it formally introduced itself to me as the creator, and then showed me that the way that I was living in pride, envy, jealousy, all these negative character defects that I was carrying, it instilled a sense of dread in me, and it separated me from what I am closest to here, because I claimed at that time that I loved my son, and it separated me through those character defects in this sense of dread. And it was giving me a decision in that very moment that if I would just do the opposite of that, that it would show me love. And so I made a conscious decision in that very moment to walk away from all those character defects. And in that same moment, the universe instilled this unconditional, infinite love within me. And it showed me that we go on forever and ever and ever. Showed me to live that we live in the moment, and we do it again and again and again and again. And it was overwhelming, bro. It was incredibly just hard to wrap my brain around. And I had a similar experience maybe 3 or 4 months ago where I called Kyle. I was video chatting him, and I was like, bro, I have to tell you right now, like, we're supposed to live in unconditional love, but not only do it unconditionally, but we're supposed to make a conscious decision in every single moment to live in love, and then do it again and again and again and again And because what's a moment? A moment is it in this time right now in this space, we're here, and then we're here again, and we're here again, and we're here again, and it was mind-boggling, dude. It's hard to explain, but it was also very easy for me to start to describe what my reality was.
Interesting thought. How many moments are in a second?
It would have to be if I
I had
could
that question
explain
as
it,
well. Yeah.
it would be this very. It's probably, if I had to say it was a second, it would be like half a second. Like it's like boom right now, like half a second, because we're still continuously moving forward. And like I said earlier, the universe is expanding, so it's telling us that we need to expand too, but we only have this very moment to do that. The past is irrelevant, the
Bashar
future is irrelevant.
Bashar says something about billions per second. Bashar says something about billions per second. Bashar gets its information accurate enough for it to align well with all the other mathematical information that I've been gathering, like from the raw contact. And when he says billions per second, that's not trillions per second or millions per second. That's billions per second. And I've tried to see that as perhaps maybe something like 11 billion frames per second is something like the speed of time. But that doesn't feel 100% accurate to me yet, but it's something like that. But the one thing that I wanted to say about angels and about fourth density gods and Anunnaki and every entity that, even the Indian gods, every entity that comes down and says I am God or I am universe, or the angel would say I am the creator. Look, I'm doing the same. I figured it out that the idea of oneness can come quicker, or the evolution of the consciousness can work better if I already assume the position of oneness. If I assume the position of the universe, so if I start playing like I am the universe, that's the key. So I'm getting the understanding is that they all do that. They have to all do that. So they would also, Bashar would come down and say, I am the universe. Then Angel would come down and say, I am the universe. Someone from the sixth density, Ra, social memory complex would come down or be channeled and say, I am the universe. They all have to take on the role of the universe, because that's just how it's done. In order to actually become the universe, you have to take on the role long before you become it. And I can see where the confusion could come from. Can you see that? Can you see the confusion? If one Anunnaki guy comes down and says, I am the universe, everybody believes him and says, well, look, this body right here, this is the universe. We should worship that guy. This guy is how we see the universe. Great. And then someone else comes down and says, I am the universe. Well, hang on, there can't be two universes. We're experiencing a shared universe. So you can see the confusion when everyone literally comes down and says, I am the only God. No, I am the only God. Because the universe, there's no other way of saying the universe besides the only God. That's the same thing. I am the universe. I am all that is. The only all that is. But I don't think we were capable of understanding multidimensionality to this extent before. We have all these multidimensional shows and movies, these Spider-Mans and these Rick and Mortys. We can understand it so much better now, but before I don't think we could. I don't think we understood ourselves on multi-planes existing. I don't think we did.
This is fascinating, because it's like, if we were to walk around saying we are gods, we are the universe, which basically, isn't that what Jesus did? Was exactly that.
Yeah.
Saying,
Yeah, and they tortured him for it because, well, why wouldn't you? It's like, of course, this guy right here is telling me I don't feel like I'm the universe, but this guy's telling everyone that he's the universe. Hang on, but I'm not gonna listen long enough to realize that I'm also him. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna hear, oh, this guy said something, this Jesus guy said something about, oh, he is the God. Oh, that's all I need to hate him. That's it. It's like, oh, I don't feel that way, so I'm gonna hate him.
Yeah. Which
Because I would love to feel that way. Like I also want to be that free, but I don't feel that free, and now I have to sort of act out. I have to put that person down. I have to. I gotta. There's no other way. God, what am I gonna do? Like, what? Join the other cheek? What is that? Come on.
this is interesting.
So I can see where they were coming from. Like I could see how. That's how I've learned to ask the questions. The best way of actually getting the information, the right information, the real information, is asking the question: how is this perfect? How does this serve everything? How is this perfect? How is all those guys who did all that stuff to Jesus and any bad thing? How is anyone being crucified perfect? Asking that question. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You could see how it had to happen.
This is crazy, though. How I was just wondering the distinction between knowing that you are the universe and knowing that it's not your ego speaking.
Nice. Very cool question. A very cool topic to raise. Okay. All right. Look, ascension is. This is very interesting because when you heal enough to realize yourself, you begin to realize more than oneself. You begin to do a process that I call integration, or it's called integration. Others are calling it that too. So you are combining your lost selves who have other opinions. You are combining them into one whole self. That's what happens with healing. That's what happens when you heal enough of yourselves that they integrate themselves into one without you forcing them in there. It's like you don't force them in there. You come, you show them compassion. You say, look, I've made that choice. Look how this is why I've made it. And then the person normally just looks at it. It's like logic kicks in, and the logic allows that self or that personality to also make the same decisions. And this allows that self to be healed as well and gets integrated. So like more and more of yourselves are on one page. That means that you're integrated. That means you're whole. When you're that whole, you're integrated. You know when your ego's talking. You can sense it when it's your ego wanting something versus it's the wholeness of you wanting something. You sense that. You sense it very strongly. If you're honest with yourself, look, you have to be honest with yourself to start with in order to be successful at the integration process in any kind of way. You have to be honest with yourself. And when you're honest with yourself, that's just the process of having that much of yourself that you can see your other selves for what they are. So like ego could never hide itself from you because you send it love and nothing but love, and it knows that. So it doesn't. Whenever it kind of pops up at you, you know that you know that you're gonna send it love, and you know that it's talking, and you know, and it knows that you're not gonna cut its desires off. It's not about blocking the ego. It's not about fighting the ego. It's not about trying to cut yourself off from it. It's about compassion towards it. It's about compassion, not pandering to it, not going at its whim, not doing what it wants immediately, but having an appropriate, having the time and look and telling it, look, I have all the time. I'm going to give all of myself to you, and allowing it to see all the same things you have seen. That's all that you really have to do, because it then is logical for the ego to make the same. Because ego is also a group of entities. Ego is not one entity, it's not one self, it's not one personality. Ego is just any entity, any personality that is within you that acts like what you call as ego. That's just that. So it's just another, I feel that ego is in me again. Wonderful. You've just identified another one of the guys that you have not met yet within the self that integrates. Now send it love, send it compassion, and it will eventually always integrate. That's like they all only make that choice. There is no other choice that an ego. If like you can force it and it won't make the choice for a while, but then you stop forcing it. You start loving it in its in its form, like in its whatever original form it comes in. You will love it, and then it integrates again.
Interesting. This is cool. It's like what would your definition, or I guess the difference between confidence and ego would be? Because aren't they very similar but also different?
So like something like fake confidence would come from ego, but it's fake confidence in such a way that anything that ego isn't real. Anything that ego takes its personality from isn't real. That's why it feels finite. That's why it feels fear. That's why it feels like it's dying all the time, like it's about to go all the time, because it takes its personality, its identity from not realness. It knows that it's not real. It knows that it's only physical. It can only exist within the physical mind. It knows that it's only an illusion. It knows that. That's why it sends you such strong signals of doom and such strong signals of, oh my God, I'm going to die, because it's allowing you to feel what it feels. Yeah.
That's interesting. I feel like my discernment between confidence and ego would be along the lines of one is backed by love for yourself, love and trust in your own abilities, and the other one puts you above another. So it's the opposite of that. So it would be like the negative. I guess confidence would be the positive and ego would be the negative in that situation.
So an example would be, I have confidence that with my perspective on addiction, that I can go out into the world, and anybody that's open to change with my perspective, I can heal, I can help them heal. My ego
love.
tells me that with the knowledge that I have based off of my experience with the addiction, that I can heal every single person whether they want to or not. I think open-mindedness becomes another principle that has to be at play with using confidence. If not, then it would be pride and ego.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
One of the things of your confidence, because confidence is very tricky, it's very interesting as well. If it comes from your ego, like if your confidence comes from a fake version of you, that's really kind of hard to let go. That's really, really hard to let go, because you have that personality, you have that friend that you always have had, that always helped you in a situation where you needed confidence. That guy, it's kind of hard to let go of that guy. It's like your best friend. that you have created out of nothing. But when you are on that path of finding out who you are, which means you're finding out who you are not, when you're on that path and you finally and you realize that parts of your confidence come from who you are not, you have a decision to make. You have a decision to make. Begins, let's say, maybe again or at a lower state where you'd have to begin building confidence again from parts newly discovered that you are that are part of your true self, or keep those fake parts within you that allow you to have that strength, but nothing else. Not growth. Have your strength, but stale stale level. You're not going above that level. You're good here. You're comfortable with your strength. You're comfortable with your confidence there, but you're not growing. You're not evolving. When you have a decision to make, if you want to continue evolving, you have to kind of let go of the old. And this is the story of the Greys, man. How what a wonderful story! Like we'll get to know it even more. We'll get to know our history in a couple of years or 2 years after that. Like years after 2027, they say that they're gonna show us our entire history. We're gonna see holographic evidence of what 12,000 years ago looked like, what Atlantis looked like, all that stuff. So we're probably going to see a representation of a history, of a holographic representation of what the Greys may have looked like, or what they look like, or how they lived, and what they did, and how they came to be, because their story is so fascinating. It's us who decided to cut our emotions off, and we cut our DNA, and we took our fourth density, our fourth level chakra, our heart centers, we took them out, our emotional centers, we took them out of ourselves, and we became emotionless. Now they're abducting us because they need our DNA. Why? Why are they abducting us? Why don't they just do their evil deeds and move on? No, but what they want to do now, because they found out they can do nothing else, because there isn't anything else to do but evolve. That's the only thing we're actually doing. They see that as a barrier for themselves. We want to evolve to the fifth density, but we can't. Us Greys, we can't evolve to the fifth density because we're missing that fourth chakra DNA strand, that heart center strand. We're missing it, and we need it back. That's their story. They're getting it back in order to evolve to the next body, the fifth density body. That's why they're doing it.
And this is all based off of what the Bashar is saying. They're coming in 2027. So what do you believe is going to happen in November? You think that's going to be a staged event?
For sure, man. For sure. Right? I don't know. Is it in November? Yeah. Maybe at the end of this year, some things are going to happen. But I sense that it's going to be, well, yeah, I guess they have to. But in 2026, next year, all of next year, will be predominantly about the fake invasion, right? It will be about how scared we should be of aliens. And they'll point to videos and orbs and more sightings, and look at this thing that we should be afraid of. Look at that thing over there that might kill us or might destroy us. They're going to be talking about that a lot. And I think they have to do it. They absolutely have to do one last hurrah. The one last kind of, that's the last chance they have to fearmonger us, right?
Right, because I think if they're, what they probably believe is the fact that if they can stage the alien invasion and make it look as though they're the bad guys, because their in fact intentions of coming here are actually good and they want to help us, they think if they picture them to be the bad guys, then everybody will see them as the bad guys and not believe them, and just think, especially as far as religion's concerned, and everybody saying that they're demons and all this kind of thing. When it's just like, yo, I think aliens are way smarter than us, first of all, and they understand the oneness concept. And if they understand this, that we are each other and we are all one, no matter what we look like or what part of the universe we're from, because we are all the universe, why would they want to hurt each other? Why would they want to hurt
Yeah.
us?
Yeah. They understand us on such an emotional level. Like they know us so much better than we know ourselves. We're gonna be told, oh, you have to be afraid because they're different. They think different. They have different society, and they don't know yours. They don't know your ways of living. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They can look at you and sense your whole life and sense all the lives that you have been a part of. They see all that instantly. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they understand us. They understand us way better than we understand ourselves. There's literally no reason. It's like, why wouldn't I want to come close to an entity like that? Just for an experience of learning more about myself. Just
Right.
from that kind of desire. Oh, I just want to learn more about myself. They would have that. They'd have more information about you than you think you might.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is wild because I literally saw a video the other day of Stephen Greer,
Mm.
the guy that's been releasing class or declassifying files and stuff like that. He literally said that he's positive that the government's going to stage an alien invasion before the real world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not
So-
even it's gonna blow the entire world's mind on everything. And
Hey,
it's
Max.
gonna
Yeah.
happen now.
We got our next guest ready to come on. Where can people find you and get a little bit more of who you are? And also, I think we already have you booked for another podcast here in the next couple months. So everybody be on the lookout for that. And there is an episode with you already. So if y'all
Mhm.
want more of what Max goes into in more detail, go check out that podcast, man. It was really good. It's one of the better ones that I've had for sure.
Dive into the mind of Max.
Yeah.
Well, I currently
Max
go by
Mindset.
Max Speed. You can see Max Speed right now on Facebook or Instagram. I make these little light cards or wisdom cards, little inspirational quotes that I sort of come up with a little entertainment, a little stills, little still images. So something for a little entertainment value. Maybe I'm a little bit of a digital content creator, if I say so myself. But that's where you guys can find me if you want. And yes, I do very much look forward to our next conversation. It's going to be so interesting. I suspect, like, I don't know, I don't plan these things out, but I suspect there'll be something that I would have prepared. I don't know. I have no idea, but I suspect that's something that would be interesting. Something interesting to show, like the next level, because that's like my whole science. That's what I learn about. I'm quantifying existence on a scale. I can show you existence on a single straight line. I can point fingers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on a single straight line and be, oh, that's where we are. Fantastic. Mapped it out.
It's beautiful.
Thanks,
man.
guys. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks for
Yes.
having me.
Thanks for
love you,
coming
man.
on. Much
Love you
love,
all.
my friend.
Nice love.
Have a good night.
Bye.
You got
How
to
do I
exit
pop
out.
Gotta hit the leave button.
How do I do that? Oh no, there it is. Leave. See ya.
Later, man.
Toodles.
God, I love that guy.
Yeah, man. It's like a soul hug every time.
Yeah. We went from Harmon to Max.
Dude, it's been a wild journey, and we're about to hit one more person, right? We got a
Yeah,
little bit
yeah.
of time left we can work with.
There you are.
There I am.
There you are. What
What's
is
up, man?
How y'all doing?
We're good. Real quick. Why is your name Jaw?
Jaw. Oh, okay. So my name is Joffrey,
Okay.
and one of my Rasta homies told me, or he tried to press upon me the significance of my name. phonetically. Jah, God, free, free. So free God.
Hmm.
If that makes
So I know a
sense.
Jaw already, and his name is Reggie Finch. He was actually a running back for the University of Oklahoma, and when he was, I know it took him. I'm a Longhorn fan,
Okay,
but
I like you. I like you again.
I'm glad I earned your trust again. But he said, because his name is Jaw, he calls himself Jaw, and he said that someone said that he was a mixture of Jesus and Buddha.
I mean, honestly, bro, same, but different. If you ask
Okay.
me, in my opinion, but I don't know.
Hey,
Cool, man.
we love opinions, man. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all are like, honestly, bro. Like, first off, let me apologize for not tapping in earlier, and y'all's like, what's the word I'm looking for? Lifespan or some. I don't know how many episodes y'all are on, but just like this
Tonight,
30 minutes, bro. It's like, yo, I've only heard some of these things be said in my own head. So it's like really, really awesome to hear. And who
Yeah,
was that
man.
other dude? Who was that other dude?
Max Speed.
Bro, as soon as I hopped on, I was like, yo, Cuz sounds like Bashar. And lo and behold,
He does a lot of channeling.
yes. But I don't know if you remember when we were talking. Oh, yeah. When we were talking the other night, and we were talking about Bashar, and like phonetically, he has like all these dialects and like accents that are just like a mixture of a lot of people from different places who have learned English or learned to speak English.
Well, that's what Max was saying. It's that's what the voice comes through as the beings from Esesani. That's what they sound like, supposedly.
Yeah. Well, they need to embark upon us. That's a safe step. I don't know. My fault. I've been
Dude,
smoking.
this has been a wild ride, man. Like the whole all the topics we've covered tonight and just the way the direction has taken, it's been a blast. And I feel like you missed the question in the beginning. If you could create your own conspiracy theory, what would you create?
Holy shit. Damn. If I could create my own conspiracy theory, it would be that for religious reasons or maybe spiritual, uh, ethereal reasons for why black men keep their shoes on while they have sex.
Huh.
Bro,
I haven't.
so why do you keep your shoes on during sex?
Because, these bitches ain't shit. So Sancho might be coming through the door at any moment. And if I can't get through the front door, I need to like get enough traction to like jettison myself out of that second story bedroom window.
Facts.
You talking about Juan Sancho?
Sancho,
You don't have to wear shoes to run from him.
Yeah, but like, dude will power bomb you into like a whole fucking like drawer full of thumbtacks or some shit. He could win a Juggalo Championship wrestling match for sure.
Oh man, we got nothing but love for Sancho. And that's the
Nothing
only
but
kind of
love.
Sancho.
I make some jokes, but I only joke about like people I really care about. You know what I mean? Or
Oh,
it's never malicious.
yo, I was curious because like you get real all up in your head and stuff. You get them stone thoughts.
That's
I got
go ahead.
I
My
got
fault.
one for you. What's a dream you've had that felt so real it stuck with you?
I don't know if it was Kyle and the homegirl I told about or asked if they've ever had like a part 2 to a dream that maybe have like separated between weeks or months, but I don't really want to go into that much detail because like it's kind of I'm trying to like deal with like we just lost one of the actually after we got off of Discord, Kyle, like 2 hours after that, fucking the homie got shot and killed. And so like I've been trying to like not use these dreams or like try to like decipher or interpret too much, but yeah, are we gonna like do we have to worry about like censorship or like community guidelines and all that?
Speak on what you feel like, bro. We'll deal with the repercussions later.
Yeah, so like it was crazy. Like a couple months ago, I had this dream where I accidentally, like, I was just around while homies did some fucking gangster shit. And now I'm like a part of the secret and fucking like the unbreakable vow or whatever. I don't know if y'all are Harry Potter fans. But yeah, it turned into like, somebody getting taken off of this earth. And then I was like, hold up, what the fuck is this about? And then like like just 2-3 nights ago, I had this dream where it just like just started off after that. And my brother comes up to me and he's all like, hey bro, they found him. And then bro, it was just like literally like living like an entire fucking Soprano episode in a fucking night. Yeah, it was. But like I say that because it's just weird, the sequence of things that have been happening in like real life, like in actual like this plane of existence. And I don't know, man. I I don't have really good dreams anymore. If I do dream, they're always nightmares. And I used to like hate that, but now I embrace it because there's a lot of things that I'm like, not doing or I'm afraid to do, but like I catch myself telling myself I'm a bitch ass nigga in my dreams because I ain't doing what I can do or what I'm able to do in the one place or in the one realm where anything is possible. Oh shit. Okay, Jordan.
What's up?
Kyle, I love you. Jordan, I had this dream where I was like, why am I running from this thing, this entity, when I can fly? And it was like knowing that I was like lucid dreaming, like, and I started flying for like 5 seconds, and then I scared the fuck out of myself, and I forced myself to wake up. That's one that like really, really stays with me.
You know what I think?
Let me know, baby.
I think you're dealing with a lot of things consciously that's pulling you in one direction while you're still stuck in a reality of suffering. So you're living in duality in real time.
Which is fucking insane.
This leads me to want to ask you a couple questions. Do you hold any regrets?
Absolutely.
Are you willing to share?
Yeah, I mean, like the biggest one would be. So I don't know if I've told you or I spoke about this in the CWG chat, but what was it? I think it's almost like 6 years now, 6 years now. Me, my buddy, my good friend, like and his wife. We found his wife like in the bathtub. She OD'd, and minutes before, like I was texting her, you know what I mean? Like we had like some, internal bullshit happen, so we were, making amends. But I just remember asking her to bring out the toilet paper, and she stopped messaging. And then like 15 minutes later, it was the worst night of my life. Well, one,
Mm.
but like I really like there was a part of me that was like, bro, like you should have just knocked on the door, or at least like, fucking put a blind, like shield your eyes and grab the toilet paper because it was real, bro. Like it,
Hmm.
it was.
And why do you, if you regret that situation, what in you felt like you had something to do with it?
I guess that's like the biggest unknown is like at the time it was like, they were going through their, spousal shit. We were all like really getting turned up on substances, like really just like rock star lifestyle. We were doing shows. They were in a band. Like he was lead singer, guitarist. She was his bassist. But yeah, we were just like living a very, very volatile and uh, ratchet lifestyle. And she had gotten to the point where she would like check us on it. You know what I mean? Like, no, I don't want to do this. I don't know why y'all want. And then like, some other stuff. And it kind of felt like if I hadn't like worded some things or if I hadn't explained how I felt about, the situation, then maybe it wouldn't have gone or I don't know. Honestly, bro, like,
Hmm.
yeah,
So it sounds like you're stuck on the what ifs. You feel like what happened, it could have had a different outcome if certain circumstances were different.
absolutely. I mean, but everything about like leading up to it was fucking insane. Like, I remember like 10 minutes before or like 15, 20 minutes before she had, she had like, she went in on her husband, like the homie, for like not fully cleaning out the crock pot because she was gonna slow roast something. Like I think she was doing like green chili and I don't know. But like
Mm.
he was like, bro, I can't believe like you're this dumb. Like who doesn't wash out the crock pot before they put, and that was like one of the last things we heard from her.
Mm.
I don't know. It's just it's weird, bro. Like
I have
without
I
trying to
have
put in. Go ahead, my fault.
I have one thing. It's it's gonna be hard, and it's
Oh,
going to make you question everything.
hey,
But
bro.
have you thought about forgiving yourself?
I've thought about it many times, but I feel like I can't even like I don't know, man. Like so it's compounding. You know what I mean? Like I have a lot of like trauma, a lot of things that I've experienced, you know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
to where it's like, my only sense of worth and like sense of self and sense of respect was like on stage performing, singing, rapping and shit. And
Well,
that's how I met her and them. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
I, I, damn, Carl, I love you, bro.
I'm just trying to make sense of a situation that I. My favorite thing to do is shine a little light on the dark spots. You know what I'm saying? And
Absolutely.
the best way I can do this is to pinpoint the problem. And It seems to me like you said you felt like you were putting on a show, you were being your best self on stage performing for people. How come, just picture this, on a daily basis instead of only on that stage? What if you pictured you feeling that way, living your best life in that moment every day when you wake up? What if you thought every day was like that day and you held that feeling throughout every day, knowing that everything that had happened for a reason, and you have to love all of those things that have happened in order to, because they made you who you are today, and who you are today is because of those things, and the only way to
Because,
move forward is to love those things because they happened.
bro. So I think that like I caught the tail end of dude talking about ego. You know what I mean? Like or like oh damn, that goes into a whole different set of. God damn it, y'all's podcast is dope, bro. But like out here, like to have that kind of confidence, I feel like would kind of like a teeter to or like lead into what's it called? Um, uh, when your ego or when your confidence supersedes or overpowers your sense of reality.
I believe the word is doubt.
No,
Your ego can tell you that you can lift something like a 1,000-pound car when in reality you can't. But you'll try to go around convincing everybody that you can lift that car because people
but if you
perceive
don't have
they
it,
think
if you
people
don't have
you
a
think that
body of
people perceive
serious
you.
enough need to have to lift the car, then of course you won't. You know what I mean? Like
Okay, yeah.
Good point.
I'm sorry, I don't want to like discredit or like, you know, just completely like shit on what you were saying, Jason, but like
Yeah, Jason.
I didn't Jordan, oh my god.
Your name's Jason now, because I believe this. I'm sorry.
It's
It's your
Jason.
perception.
Yeah.
What is it? Delusions of grandeur or what's it called?
Grandiosity.
Yeah, but in a more like self-destructive term. You're being God damn it, it'll come to me. But
I mean,
my
isn't
mom always
everything...
used to say, in order to like make sure or like we know in Albuquerque, you can't be, I guess not to say you can't, but you have to leave like 75% of your ego on the couch at home before you go out into the world, because people aren't used to that sense of confidence. People aren't confident in themselves. People don't know themselves. People look at others who are like, you know, like steadfast and like completely, not completely, but confidence and self self perception. Like out here, it can like, you know, it can get dangerous because people don't. My gosh, hold on. Let me dial it back. Let me dial it back.
Take a deep breath.
In with the good, out with the bad.
Because this is what Gemini says. I put in grandiosity with a sense of self-destruction. It's the chosen one complex. Individuals may believe that they are destined for a great purpose, but their actions to achieve it are self-sabotaging. This could involve burning bridges with supported friends and family, neglecting their health, or quitting a stable job to pursue a highly improbable goal with no plan, all in belief that their greatness will overcome any obstacle. The struggle itself becomes part of their grand narrative, even as it destroys their own life.
Bro, did you read that off of something?
I just typed what you said into Gemini, and I told it to give me a definition of what you're feeling
No,
like.
be careful with Gemini. Yeah, after this, I'll share you a conversation I had with Gemini. Yeah,
I'd love to hear it.
but honestly, yeah, you just spoke on something I was talking with a loved one maybe like 2-3 hours. And it's like I call it Eric Foreman syndrome. I mean, like when things start to get too good or everything's like happening the way
I
it's
know.
supposed to happen, you're so ignorant to those vibes and you're so like far removed, and maybe you just, I don't know, man. I just feel like I'm undeserving of certain things, and I grew up being told that if I wasn't this, then I wasn't going to be nothing, and that led to a whole fucking like a whole different chapter of events to where I'm just like really lucky to be here. Like I'm really blessed for all the things that I fucked around and found out about, and I'm like still here. I've never been to jail. You know what I mean? I can't say I'm like came out of it unscathed, no scars or anything, but comparably to like people who I've known and people I grew up with, like I just, man, I just really want to have the ability to like do the things or the one thing that like I know I do well. I know that other people appreciate it. You know what I mean? Like when y'all were like fame, bro, like being like semi-famous in my little small city, Albuquerque, bro, that let me know that like I don't want notoriety like that. I don't want to be fucking like megastar famous, or like I don't like it's dangerous, yo. Like it can be dangerous, but also it's like these people don't even know me. These people don't like they don't truly understand. Nobody's gonna really truly understand. But it's just it's just weird how no matter what, like if you're not good within, you can have everything you've ever wanted and asked for, like right show up at your doorstep. But like, you know, history shows that you're probably going to still be miserable because it isn't about like our idea or our thoughts of ourselves. It's, well, I guess it is that.
It's almost, it's kind of like what we talked about earlier in the podcast about, you know, you could be rich, you could have millions of dollars, but at the end of the day, are you happy with yourself? Are you healed? Are you
open to the idea of like healing? You know what I mean? Like to be healed is to like, I guess, like, you know, to die. Because like there's some wounds, there's some there are words that people close to me have told me that like really it's like I got to put a band-aid on every time I wake up, because that's, you know, the weight of those words and the, like, you know, the person who said those things. You know, it's like, bro, that's why I say I don't feel like I'm like deserving of things, or like I'm not like, because I would like, bro,
dude,
all I know is I'm not gonna talk to my daughter the way I was talked to, especially out of anger or like not understanding or whatever the fuck whatever the fuck people were going through.
Right.
Like they could have set, just because it happened doesn't mean it's not my responsibility to get help or work on it. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, yeah, because most people tend to ignore that with projection. It's called the generational curse.
oh my
Their
God.
parents did it to them, so they're gonna do it to their kids unconsciously because they don't want to take the time to break this generational curse. Therefore, it's
You
again,
you
it's
become you become the blackest sheep in a family full of black ass people, and like, like it's uh it's just a beautiful thing that I'm still here. And I honestly, and I'm gonna say this here with you guys, like I've been feeling like, like not existing is fucking would be lit. Not
hmm,
like I don't want to take myself out the game. I don't want to hurt nobody nor hurt myself, but like I don't know, this life, bro. I'm 36 years old. I'm a single dad. I fucking got a bullshit ass
hmm,
job that's barely paying fucking bills, and the only like, but this is like the most lit thing I could like. I never thought I'd be here. Yeah, like I never thought I'd be here. I
There's
never thought
gratitude
I'd,
in that.
yeah.
dude. Like, and that's where I'm like, there are certain things that could be different. There are like we have ideas or like thoughts of what should be or what could have been, or like I'm just like, yeah, I'm still
Yeah.
here, and like, bro, like when I got custody of my daughter when she was 2. We were like complete strangers, and I just today I was telling my brother, like, I never imagined, or like the thought of being able to have the relationship I was hoping we would have, like we're there. Like there's just so much
Hmm.
things that I don't know, man. It's just, yeah, bro, y'all's
You know,
platform is dope, guys.
I relate to
I
you a lot because I'm also a single father, man. I was in addiction for a long time, but one thing that I'd learned was that if I would be authentic to myself, if I would not only be authentic to myself, but put myself in uncomfortable situations. And the uncomfortable situations is our God voice, our conscience. It's leading us. It's telling us to do things. And it sometimes we're like, what the fuck are we supposed to do with that? But then we surrender the outcome to whatever that may be because we're supposed to be in the moment. Then what we have already intuitively felt from the beginning, which for us was to be fathers, then that would
Mhm.
become our reality.
Hmm.
So it's practice authenticity, do uncomfortable shit, and surrender that outcome. My son,
Right.
I let him go live with his mom. She lives in Kansas. I was like, yeah, man, you got free will in this life, man. You can make that choice, but you won't understand the things of this world if you go there. And he went and he stayed there for 6 months and he called me. He's like, Dad, driving up to Kansas the very next day. And it wasn't one of those I told you so type scenarios. It was what did you learn from being in that environment compared to what you could learn being in my environment. And
Yeah,
so
and
the
Right.
then
energy that we go ahead.
my fault. Go ahead. My fault, bro.
No, I was just going to say the energy that we put out there into the universe is energy that will be returned because energy is never created nor destroyed. It's only transferred. But it's the type of energy that you decide to put out there into the universe that dictates what you're going to get in return.
Hmm. And
Yeah, yo,
there's
honestly, like big ups to you on like father to father, man to man, for like honest. You would have never let your son go spend those 6 months with his mom, first off, if you thought that he would be in danger, but
course not.
also, how old is he?
He's 12.
Oh yeah, and see, that's that age where like you can explain, or you could tell him about his mom, but
Why
he'd
not
have to
experience it?
absolutely.
Mhm.
But also being respectful in how you talk about her, or when she's mentioned in front of him, like that's
hmm Because
You
that
know,
energy can be reciprocated. So
oh yeah.
if I put out there like she's bad, or this isn't a good situation for you to go into, well then he's going to perceive as what is in his reality at that very moment as bad, because that is a negative frequency that I'm projecting into the universe.
And
yeah.
to his universe too, you know what I mean? That's where he came from.
Absolutely. hmm
Right. You don't want that stuff getting soaked up. I mean, kids are sponges. Kids are like the purest form of who we should be before all the bad things are taught.
Do you remember? Oh, I got goosebumps, bro. Do you remember how like big, how like accessible, how when you're a kid, you literally feel like you can be anything. Anything is what you want it to be.
Yeah.
Like,
Where does that end?
I
When
mean,
did that end?
oh man.
Trauma and not being authentic enough to deal with that trauma and love yourself because of the situation that was inflicted upon you.
And
But
it's
once you
not
learn,
your fault. You know what like
Mhm.
boom. It's like if you have no understanding, if you have no semblance, or if you have no you don't know these things, you don't know these emotions, you don't know why this happened, and now I know I'm not the same person. I want to be, but you're a kid and you can't even fucking express that shit, bro.
It's because nobody taught us to, and that falls under the whole entire thing of what Max was talking about earlier with fear. Is we are taught to fear everything.
yeah,
Everything is fear based, and if we stop doubting ourselves, if we stop being afraid of the outcome, telling ourselves, this is probably gonna fail, this isn't gonna work out. If we eliminated that and set a fucking goal and took the steps to make it happen without any expectations of what's gonna come out of it, this is how we find that shit back. This is how we get back on track. We set the goal and fucking do what we gotta do to make that shit happen. And if
even
it doesn't work out, then you'll learn.
If we don't, even if you don't even need to know or have to know what the outcome is, or even what you're doing, you know what I mean? But in the moment, fear is a made up construct. Fear is living in the future. Fear is it's an emotion, but it's made up. Danger, you know what I mean? And situations that are not
ideal.
Yeah, but there's
unpleasant
fear, honestly, fear has led me to this point. You know what I mean? Fear of not reaching longevity for my child. You know what I mean? And in a way, and honestly, it is a fucked up feeling, because I've experienced so much and I've seen and done so much. But this right here, it's almost like debilitating. It can be debilitating, but it's the same fear I felt for the first time getting on stage. It's the same fear I felt cliff jumping on my birthday. It's the same fear I felt letting this bitch ass nigga know you ain't gonna talk to me like that. And even though you might whoop my ass, I'm gonna just let you know you can't talk to me like that. You know what I mean? And then You realize motherfuckers really ain't shit. You're not shit, so they ain't shit, but we are the shit. We are like,
Yeah. It's
so
so funny because like I feel like the whole concept of fear is that it's simply there to overcome it. That's the
yes.
whole point.
I can't remember who said it, but there's this somebody said everything you've ever wanted, everything you've hoped for, everything you want to achieve and dream of is on the other side of fear.
Yeah. It's true. If you eliminate that fear and you stop telling yourself you can't achieve this. Like, let's say you want to be a rapper, you want to get up on stage, you want to put on shows.
Oh, I
Right?
am. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me specifically, but
Mhm.
my
I
fault.
mean, I'm just saying, like, if you want to do those things, what's stopping you? What
You,
exactly? Like, just do it, man. Like,
I've,
what's the worst that could happen?
bro. The worst that can happen is nobody claps, nobody like. But
Then you're right where you are now.
hey, you're at a step above many people who might possess more talent, more skills that translate better, but those people who might have those skills and those talents are afraid to even get up there. You know how many people I've like,
Mm-hmm.
bro, like we can freestyle in the room smoking weed, but like when it comes to like getting in the booth and recording a song, bro, like I see people hyperventilate, bro, like completely just
Right. Well,
get
it's
lost
because
in the sauce.
they get so up in their head instead of into the moment that's right in front of them. That's
Yeah.
why.
But then also it's like, maybe this is that moment where this maybe not be for me, or oh, I thought I could do this, or I might want to be this, but obviously I can't do the simple like steps, or I don't know.
I think it stems to expectation because they have a certain expectation instead of just doing it just to do it. They expect to perform well. They expect it to go well. And the only way you're ever going to get better at something is by doing it.
Yep.
I mean, shoot,
And like
take the
fall on your
beginning
face
of this.
sometimes. Yep, like fall on your face sometimes, skin your knee, like fucking cut your elbows up, like
Yeah,
like
like that's how you
that
get
is
better.
it's the way to show yourself and like whoever might be watching or observing that you give a fuck about this. You know what I mean? Like my first rap battle was, bro, like I'm so glad that shit got deleted from YouTube. Like that shit
Mine
was
too.
yay, but man. And then I was all like, yo, like fuck this. But like people who I really give a fuck about their opinion told me is like, yo, like honestly, that's probably like the best thing that could have happened, bro. Like you're honest, you didn't prepare, you didn't respect the art form the way you should have. And like really like look at yourself on camera, bro. Like, come on now. And so it's like, bro, like you have the opportunity to really like tighten up, lock in, and show people what you knew you possessed the whole time. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm. Yeah.
We have to actively separate our mind from our conscience. And our like I said earlier, our conscience already knows intuitively who we're destined to be. And so through that, by being authentic to your true nature, you can say, and I can say this because I just met you, but you have a light. So if you believe me when I tell you that intuitively I can see a light within you, then you have to trust what I'm saying because I know that I have a light within me. And then you let whatever God has blessed you with work with you through that light, whether that be comedy, whether that be rap, whether that be working the job that you hate working right now, because through that light, there's somebody that you're going to come in contact with every single day that's going to need that light. They're going to need that perspective, and you're going to need it because you're going to feel that reciprocation of that hope that you instill within them.
Jordan,
What's up,
You
bro?
know-
Kyle, and Jordan.
Yeah.
Y'all are magnanimous. Like on it, like, and it's like, it's is it egotistical or is it being self-centered when you know that you might not see your light, but you know other people see your light, and they're, dude, oh my God, bro, like,
It's up to you to find that.
to
It's up to
believe.
you. Yeah, well, not only believe, but then receive that, and then take it, and then through meditation, maybe, a little bit more mushrooms the next time you go on that journey, and decide, what is it that other people see in me? Ask the universe, what is it that other people see in me? I feel it consciously. There's an energy that dwells right here in the pit of my stomach. And when I make a bad decision, when I say something that I shouldn't have said, or if I act out on self or ego, that thing kind of makes me feel uncomfortable. And then at that moment, once I'm connected, because I stay connected, I know that I need to do the opposite of what that was. But it's
Dude,
hard to do
you know,
because
Oh,
our
yeah.
ego is at play.
It's like the hardest thing to do is to be the bigger person. That sucks dick. But also do what you know. I don't know. I don't want to act like I'm speaking for everybody, but like, it's easier to like tell people or help people or guide people to that place of where they can, become better. So like taking my own advice and putting that into action, and like actually like just believing it for me as much as I do everyone I give a fuck about, I care about, I respect, I genuinely like admire what it is, who they are, and whatever they do in life, bro. Like on everything, man. Like boy, man, oh shit.
You know, there's one thing that really resonated with me, and like, I don't want to get all religious or anything like that, but there is one part of the Bible that states being born again, and I think that is really just a metaphor for the death of your old self and
Bro,
being born into the new version of who you're supposed to be.
We have to die to self every single day.
God.
Every time.
I just told my big bro about this, like the homie Biz. He was all like, yo, don't even like lie to yourself about like, if you want to change, if you want to give yourself a chance at being, reinventing, creating, or at least like showing or trying to be a new version of yourself, you have to hop out of the nigga you used to be and destroy, like obliterate that person you hopped out of for you to even have a chance to even like make those steps. You know what I mean? That way you're not like, the old version of you has to be deaded and gone. Therefore, you don't look back and you don't dwell, or you don't try to piece things, or like, you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah. Well, the biggest part of that to me is, like, everybody says fuck all the time, but I like to state it that a word way more powerful than fuck is forgiveness. And you have to forgive everything that had ever happened to you, all your grudges, resentments, everything from your past, and even yourself.
yeah.
And that is
And
the only way.
You know what's even more powerful than that? Hate. but it's still one and the same like, like you. My mom always used to tell me, she's like, don't say you hate something because you don't even know what hate is. And then I got old enough to realize that love and hate are just the same emotions with circumstance and like, feelings attached to it. And the amount of energy it takes to hate someone, it's way more and more exhausting than it is to like love.
Yeah. I say it like this. Hate is just love but reversed, because it takes the same amount of passion.
My homegirl's mom used to say, love is just kindness with its working boots on. And I've
Yeah.
never forgot that.
And that's also another statement is like grief is just love with nowhere to go.
Kyle, you amaze me. You amaze me. You know, like, bro, I'm about to be super gay, but like this woman I've been talking to said that same thing when it was the anniversary of one of the homegirls passing, and it was rainy, and I started thinking about her, and like the clouds parted and the rain stopped and it got bright and sunny. And I was like, boy, you fucking gay as hell. Look at this. Look at you. But like,
Yeah,
oh,
we like to ponder the deeper questions here.
like I really feel like nobody, not nobody, people haven't taken the time when they were like younger, like before adolescence. Like some of these things, like when you're a kid, you're really not supposed to worry about things outside of your zeitgeist. You know what I mean? Like, would you like? I don't know. I just feel like I did a lot of thinking when I was a kid, but it wasn't because I wanted to think it. It was because I was forced to think it because of how I was looked at and how my life and my future would be like projected because of people's fear and their experience in life and them not wanting me to go through the things they went through. But it's like, bro, like you kind of made it worse for me because now I like, can I be a little weird? Not weird. Bro, like
What is
being
weird?
exactly, it's just us. It's just we. But like, yo, like everywhere I've gone in my 36 years of life, there's gonna be somebody that tells me that like, oh, you're black, but you're not really black, or like, like, oh, you talk so well, and uh, I would have never thought. I've never been made to feel comfortable in myself until I would like found the things that made me feel good, that made me respect myself, that people told me I did well, and that just made me want to just feel finally like
Free.
I'm complete. I am everything. I am what I am, and what I'm not I shall never be. But at the same time, I've never been everything that I want to be. But if I want it bad enough, I can. Not to say that I haven't already, because we just like being rich, being wealthy. Yeah, those are, man.
My version of rich is being rich right in here. When you are at peace, you are rich.
Man, when Jordan,
What's up?
I need you to drop some 2 cents or like, piggyback off of what Kyle was. Yeah, y'all in tandem, bro. Like y'all know y'all.
It's listen, man. It wasn't always like this, and I'll give you an example, man, because I have the most beautiful family that I could ever imagine, and I asked for it. But I could have asked for the opposite of that too. I could be out there still doing what I was doing, popping Zans,
Slanging
living
dick.
my whatever. But
No, let's
I
be honest,
knew
bro. You
that
was slanging dick.
I had
And this
to.
time you was slanging. I look at you and I can already tell.
I had to die to myself, bro. Like I was saying. And what that means is it's very simple. I love sugar, right? So I love like not sugar like I like sugar, like Dr. Pepper, cake, shit like that.
Got you.
And I decided that what if I took that away from myself for a week? What would happen?
Mm-hmm.
And then I started. At first, it was uncomfortable. I wanted it. I craved it more now that it wasn't in my life. But then I started to see, like, man, I can do this. I can live with this. I can keep moving forward in this thought. And
It's not
so
so unattainable. It's like it's not unrealistic. Like, oh, look at me doing this. Like, boy, look at.
we
I'm
only
sorry.
get in our we only get in our own way, man. So I was
Exactly.
just last July I got divorced, and I was married to a person that was an active. She was a witch, bro. Straight up, for lack of a better word, she was a witch, and she was putting spells out into the universe. She was very resentful in the way that she was doing her witchcraft, and she was trying to hurt people. But my conscience, because I feel like that I've been called, I feel like that God has called me to do something greater than that. I could see the duality in the evil nature that she was presenting and the life that I was living. And so she became very unattractive to me. But I couldn't get this girl to leave my house, bro. I was just waking up every day miserable, trying to figure out how the hell I'm going to get her out of here, until one day I was just like, you need to leave. You need to get out of here. You need to go. And in that very moment she goes, why didn't you say that sooner? She packed her shit and she left. And
Yo.
got divorced, bro. And then I fasted after that. I was doing a 16. I'm catching a little bit of echo, but that's okay. I can still manage.
Is that on my end?
I
Possibly.
think so.
Let me turn this down.
I decided that I was going to do intermittent fasting. And so I would go 16 hours without eating, and then I would just eat a dinner. And then I did this for like 2 months, bro. And on the side, I have people come over to my house, man, and we watch UFC fights. that echoes crazy.
My fault. Hold on.
It's okay.
Let me.
And my homie, he decided that he was going to come over, bro, and we were going to watch the UFC fight. And he pulls up and he's like, I got somebody with me tonight. I hope that's okay. And he brought his sister. And his sister walks in here, bro. And I have never seen somebody so beautiful ever in my life. And I made eye contact with her. I kind of froze, bro. I wanted to be respectful of my homie. I didn't want him to think that I was crossing any boundaries. So I didn't really say anything to her that evening. But there was something that was there, like we were connecting. And I messaged him the next day and I was like, hey, dude, I said, what's up with your sister? Like, why have you never like introduced me to her? Like, why have I never known about her? Like, what's the deal with her? And he was like, she's had a very traumatic life. She's not looking for anything. I'm like, I'm not either, man. I'm celibate at this point. I'm just trying to see who the hell walked through my house, because have you known, I've been in this season of fasting, and this person walks in and I connect with her. I've got to know. And bro, that was last August, and she hasn't left my house. She's
Bro,
been
that's
here the entire time, and we're connected on a very spiritual level, man. And we talk about
congratulations to you on the divorce, though. Congratulations.
Yes.
But also, like, bro, like understanding and recognizing like the energy you felt from your friend's sister, but like respectfully, like, you know, bro, I knew I liked you, Jordan. You're a real one. Bro, I'm myself, I'm like 3 years going on almost 4 years celibacy.
And how does that work for you?
I mean, it's I guess it's working. I mean, it's me and my brother. I have a twin brother, right? And on our birthday, we did this 2-man, and I just